Alright, hello everybody and welcome back to episode 6 of Attempt 29, a vintage story wilderness survival permadeath. Lord, give us this day our daily grind. Now, today we have a lot on our plate because it's time to actually start building our house. In the last episode, we got our greenhouse done, we got the windmill functional, we got our mechanical power, right? Now, we have to actually think about making all this into a more beautiful home. So with that in mind, let's begin. I'm gonna start by smashing open a whole bunch of... I might not actually need to smash open iron. Let's fill these up. We don't even need these active anymore. Pelv hammers are operational for later. What are we eating today, huh? Hefty turnip stew, fair enough. Alright. And charcoal. Beautiful. It's all ready. All we have to do is sufficiently stagger it. It's got to be staggered. So we're gonna sleep while we do this. I could end up getting a Temporal Storm at any time, though. So I'm gonna take these lanterns just to make sure I have them. We don't need to plant any more crops. And while we wait and stagger, we're gonna water the flax. We gotta try to maximize this growth speed. It is only getting colder. Okay, these onions are actually done. The vast majority. We're gonna harvest them soon, but not yet. Let's leave behind the watering can. Can't milk that yet. It'll be ready to mate again soon, though. Nine hours and 5 minutes. Alright, that'll do. We have an hour and 15 minutes of stagger between these two. An hour and 15 minutes again. Alright, let's eat. I'm gonna have to make an oven and start making pies soon. I'm tired of living on these Fucking veggie stews. Still, we're making more turnip stew. Here we go. At least for now. Until I got my shit figured out. All right. We need to sleep for an hour and then light the other one. There we go. $12:15, just about. We have to wake up. Perfect. Okay. Okay, they're all lit, and in 2 hours and 40 minutes we can start producing even more iron. Let's deposit the hematite nuggets. We're gonna have to do quarry work and get a shitload of granite soon. It's a good thing I made that extra charcoal, because we are running out more and more. By the way, don't I have an entire load of charcoal that can be harvested over here? Did I leave it there? Let's find out. We only have 2 hours, so I don't have long, but with this iron shovel I could gather it quickly if we did have more charcoal over there. Oh yeah. All right, let's begin. Hello, Snap. It goes pretty damn well, buddy. Yeah, Zuzi's got one more shift, and then she's quitting her job at Amazon, so spirits are high. We're, you know, obviously worried about the future, but we'll figure it out, buddy. How are you doing? Alright, I'll bet that the bloomery containing our first batch of iron is now done. We need to go grab it. Okay, let's go. The windmill guides the way home. Got a lot more charcoal now, and it looks like we still have a little bit of grace time before that's finished. Now, I could honestly use another chest in here. Maybe not. We used up a little bit of the iron, which gave us more room in here. That's good. We'll put the axles and the gear wheels in there. And we still got 57 minutes left before it's time to begin processing the iron. Let's get a little bit of rest. 14 minutes remaining. We can wait that out. Let's go grab the food that we just cooked. Don't need the barrels. Grab the tongs, and let's begin. I'm gonna reduce the effects volume just a little bit, make it so that the helve doesn't seem as loud. All right. Yeah, we got to make those iron hatches. Right now, we have really respectable wind strength. I'm hoping it keeps up, because then I could actually make some plates while I do this. I'm fairly certain we made 3 iron rods, which means I will need 1 more. Okay, iron plate. Let's eat. Grab another portion. And we can make 1 more. That's a hatch door right there. Okay, let's grab these. Once we have that beehive kiln operational, it's not going to take long at all for us to successfully build our house. It's going to happen quick. All right, we got time to make 1 more plate. Let's do it. Beautiful. Next batch. I'm digging the wind strength that we've got right now. This is nice. Okay, we actually have a spare hour, so we can get a lot done in that time. All right, grab the anvil. I need to make one more iron rod. We'll do that now. Got it. 20 minutes. That's definitely enough time to do another plate. We need 3 hatches. This will make 4 when it's done. Well, 4 plates, which is 2 hatches. All right, let's eat. Okay. Beautiful. We're gonna have some spare time at the end of this batch too, so I'll be able to probably make the remainder of the plates we need for the beehive kiln. Okay, we have 5 plates. I need 1 more. Beautiful. I don't think I need any more iron plates than that, but I better think about this long and hard. I know for steel making, I will need some more plates and more rods. We're gonna have to make the iron doors, right? 2 of them. But we're not gonna worry about that for now. As long as I have these iron plates, I'll be able to make the hatch doors. Strange, the iron hatch doors aren't even listed here. Oh, fair enough. 25 minutes left on that. I don't need much. Yeah, we're good. I've crafted a lot of shit. Let's make... You know what? That's gonna take a while. Yeah, we're not gonna make nails and strips yet. However, I could use an iron rubble hammer. Yeah, let's make one. It won't take long. Get it done in no time. I could have done this faster, but that's okay. With the mechanical power we're currently sitting on, we are not short on time, buddy. Anyway, let's grab this. Move the anvil back. And let's begin. We're gonna need to find a granite mountain in order for me to start my quarry work. There is a lot of granite over here, up there, down here, all over the place, right? We're gonna have to pick a mountain and work with it. Hopefully one that doesn't have intersecting minerals of another type getting in the way. Okay. Let's eat. And let's make a couple of ovens. Yeah, I gotta start making some pie. We have plenty of iron that we're now sitting on. Can use it later. And while we still have molten iron, I might make more nails. Beautiful. Okay. Let's move the anvil. Wait, right here. And let's make another batch of nails and strips. We already made a double batch of nails and strips, but we make another one and we're setting ourselves up for success later. We'll need them. Okay, let's trim the fat, and we'll have, I think, 8 nails and strips. Beautiful. $20 excess iron. $16 nails. We're gonna need another storage rack for tools. Got it. Where did I store those iron rods? Here they are. Okay. And we have the iron plates. Iron hatch door. We just smith them like normal. We can now craft the 3 that we need for the beehive kiln, and we're gonna have to craft a brick door. Fire clay is fine. Yeah. So let's make that door right now and get started on it. We just need fire clay bricks and nails and strips. Got it. Add a handle to the rubble hammer. Shit. Gotta cool it off. Okay, it's time for us to begin our quarry work. But first, I'm gonna make an oven, and we're gonna start producing pie. May as well, right? We're gonna make 2 ovens, actually. Let's eat. Adjust our volume a little bit. Yeah, making 2 of these at the same time is too hard because you're always accessing one of them from an angle. I'm just gonna build one at a time. There's definitely a hair in my mouse's laser. These take a long time to build, but they're worth it. Grab more fire clay. Okay, beautiful. Now, at the end of my last series, how was I cooking? I had like exact measurements figured out, right? And I'm gonna want to take down a clip of that throughout this playthrough. No schedule one today, buddy. No, I'm bored of it. It's gonna have to have a few more updates before I play it again. I'm gonna have to try to find a time when I had cooked. I think I might have cooked right before the end of the previous episode, and that's why I have the charred pie. Yeah, I'm cooking right here. Okay, so I can actually get a feel for it. In fact, I might just want to take down whatever I did here as the video clip. We'll see. I would need to find another time I cooked. I could just do it again in this playthrough as long as I write down the exact measurements. All right, so I'm just putting 6 firewood in each oven. I'm going to write this down. Oven efficiency. And then I'll get video clips for our tips and tricks video from this. So 6 firewood. It's about mathematics, right? It's about using the firewood, and then within the burn time of that firewood, you can produce a specific number of pies. So it looks like 2 stacks of dough and 128. I'll do exact numbers. So 128 vegetables and 64 flour. It's actually 64 vegetables and 32 flour per oven. Should finish before the firewood burns out. Or before the heat dissipates, more accurately. All right, let's grab these. We gotta hang up this rubble hammer, as well as the wedge. Should I make 2 more of these now ahead of time? I mean, probably, while we have the fire clay. We have a lot of fire clay still. But we are gonna make more ovens, yes. I'm gonna make 4 of them in total. We make them once and we have them forever. It's a big task, it takes a long time to do. You're gonna get carpal tunnel while doing it, but it's worth it. You do it once and it's done forever, provided you don't die. All right, there's 1. Well, technically 3. And now we need a 4th. All right, beautiful. Now we can start making some real food. I am gonna need some more firewood, though. With the wood that I don't have. Okay, I guess we'll just have to use this for now. Yeah, we gotta get more oak wood. Okay. For now, we'll just put these over here. Fair enough. However, I gotta admit, I don't know if I should be making this many pies before it gets really cold. We kind of rely on the winter temperature to keep these things from perishing. Alright, 2 stacks of veggies and 1 stack of flour. Gonna have to make a table too. Okay, grab some planks, make the table. And let's cook. This is only a temporary setup. We're gonna have much better than this soon enough. Let's eat our last serving here. We're never gonna have to eat turnip stew again. Now it's all about turnip pie. All right. There we go. All the pies are made, formed. We just have to bake them. And we have slices of pie. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna have to cut up these next 4 pies. We'll have an entire stack of slices. Beautiful. We have proper food. It's gonna last us a good long time. Maybe while I bake the rest of these, I could make more plates. We have very little wind activity though, so I'm thinking I'm gonna pass on that. You know what? I can at least make the hatch doors. Damn straight. Let's eat these up. Yeah, we'll have that beehive kiln soon, and right as soon as we have it, buddy, right as soon as we have it, I'm gonna be able to build our house. It's always nice when you finally get everything together. You have your iron hatches, you have all the refractory bricks you need, you build that beehive kiln, you get the clay, make the bricks, and it all starts coming together. Okay. So let's grab our smithing gear. Should I put more coal in there? I don't know, I can't really tell. It takes a while to heat up iron to a forgeable temperature. It's like 700 degrees or something like that. But it looks like one single piece of black coal is enough for the task. More than enough. Alright. So, where's the hatch? Right here. Iron hatch door. I just gotta keep an eye on the pies. Make sure I don't burn them, right? Well, there's one. Swap out the pie. Beautiful. And there's our hatch doors for the beehive kiln. We just gotta build the damn thing now. We have everything we need. We have the fire brick, fire clay brick door. We have the 3 iron hatches. Now we just need to build the blocks, which we certainly can do. Hell yeah, buddy. There we go. Now let's go put all these pies into the cellar where they're gonna keep better. I made a lot. We have a lot of pies, but they'll be fresh for 41 days in there. That's a good long time. And these will definitely finish. All right, there we go. 3 iron hatch doors. We got them. Let's go cool them off. And now, whenever I start getting hungry, I just grab a slice of pie and I eat the damn thing. There we go. So, actually making the beehive kiln. Let me look up the beehive kiln here. We'll still need 9 gratings, which are pretty easy to make. Apparently I need 55 fire clay brick blocks. Well, we still have plenty of fire clay. I won't worry about our supply of it. Let's ditch the tongs. And the hammer. Right. I need mortar. Okay, yeah, we gotta make mortar now, which is pretty easy. I just need some slaked lime. Not hard to come by. It just takes a barrel and then you can manufacture it with stuff that by this stage in the game I always have. All right, let's put some water in there. Now, sand. Nice, I have exactly enough sand. Now I just need to make the slaked lime. Yeah, I need 42 sand for this. So, I need quick lime. I'm gonna have to roast some lime. I think I need to do 42 quick lime with 42 sand. Ugh. 1 liter of slaked lime, and yeah. Yep, that's right. So 42. In order to get 42 quick lime, I need twice as much lime. 84 lime. That's borax. Maybe I'll try to make our anvil while we wait for this to grind up. Okay, we have the 84 lime. A lot of monsters around right now. Let's set up our querns. We need grinding power. There we go. That's gonna happen on autopilot. Independent of our input, it's gonna complete. Let's leave the fire clay bricks right here for now. I no longer need the bowl and the cooking pot. I'm happy to say that our food situation has evolved. Beautiful. We're gonna deposit the sand for now, but I'm happy we have it. Means I don't need to go out and gather it. Anyway, rift activity has become calm again. This Valais goat is ready to mate. I'm gonna milk it. Gotta get rid of this water, though. We need the dairy. Got it. That didn't take long at all. That was beautiful, buddy. Right on. Alright, dairy nutrition is maxed out again. Let's kill this fucker. Otherwise, he'll just keep harassing us. Alright, and we're gonna let that goat out. Now we need to feed the goats. Get them breeding. This enclosure is gonna have to be a little bit bigger, I think. So we're gonna widen the walls. I'm gonna go grab some fences. Funnily enough, I deleted like 100 and something fences. We'll have to make a few more. I think that'll do for widening the fence. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4. I need a gate right there. This has to become a fence. Okay, it's centered, but this is not. Might want to move this over. Damn, I liked the look of having it symmetrical. Crossways. I can preserve the symmetry if I extend it that way instead. That much at least is possible. I'm gonna make more fence links. I only need one more batch. As far as where the trough goes, I can put one right here. Another one right here. We'll need some light sources in here. Maybe I'll just centralize them. Yeah. And then we just got to put down some oil lamps. Now there's a central row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put this right here. I'm gonna need one more oil lamp. Okay. And then we widen the fence over here. Yeah, that looks all right. Let's fill this up. They now have enough portions to start breeding again. Dairy nutrition, maxed out for the time being. I need to make a new oil lamp, which would require fat, which it doesn't even look like I have any. We've burned through every last morsel of it, so we'll have to try to get more later. The flax fibers I will deposit, same with the arrows, which go where? In here. Wattle fence. Grab some water. Okay. Dawn of a new day. These are grinding just really fucking slowly. We have barely any wind strength right now. So, given the fact that we have to wait for those, let's harvest some crops. Definitely the onions could be harvested right now. Okay, let's water the flax, make sure it keeps growing as fast as it can. If you water the flax enough times and you speed up the growth of it enough times, then you'll actually bypass the 33% growth speed. In fact, I feel like I should try to find some sort of timestamp for that. Maybe I wrote it down. Where's episode 3's notes? I believe it might have been the end of episode 3. Perhaps not. Okay. Game's paused. Yeah, we would have harvested our flax right near the end of the episode here, I think. Yep, this is harvest time. That mature flax does have 33% growth speed. Oh well. I guess I'm wrong on that. Either I'm misremembering or there's a detail that I'm forgetting, right? Maybe it spent like as little time as possible at 33% growth speed. It is yeah, you know what? What most likely happened is the 8th growth stage was not 33%, and only when it became the 9th growth stage, the finished and completed version, did it actually end up slowing down. That could be the case, and if that is the case, then I might want to find that. I'll take a peek and see what I can see real quick. If I can see Stage 8 flax. Although that's not Stage 8 right there, it would be later in the playthrough. What are we looking at here? Jesus Christ, that's too blurry to see. What is this? Alright. Fucking bump up that quality big time. God, was my internet really this bad that day? Zuzi and I are getting a new internet package, but yeah, this is atrocious. Alright. Anyway, we need to find 8 out of 9 flax. Wait. That's 7 out of 9. Yeah, see? 8 out of 9 flax. And it doesn't even have the speed slowed down. That's crazy. So 5, 11, 32 in episode 4. Eight out of 9 flax at 60% growth speed because of consistent watering. Hell yeah, buddy. And one last thing that I'd like to check in my notes. Oh, yes, here, greenhouses. Okay, so I actually have a timestamp when I'm building that. That would have been in the previous episode. Beautiful. I have a timestamp where I'm building the garden, and now I left a space. I left a space right here for when I'm building the greenhouse itself, right? And it's a conversion thing. So now I just need to locate the timestamp of that conversion. Let's go to a point in the timeline where I'm working on the roof of the greenhouse. Hell yeah, buddy. Right here. All right, so this is... Episode 2 was building it. Episode 5 is converting it. Episode 5, this is timestamp 5:44:25. Beautiful. Nice. Oh, that was a hole in my notes and I just noticed it. Yeah, that's awesome. All right, let's water all the plants. If I water them enough, then we'll still have a 60% growth speed for growth stage 8 out of 9. And then only once it becomes harvestable will it drop down to like 33%, you know? All right, good. Damn hard to track down that female goat. Portions eaten 3, so we have to allow it to continue feeding. It'll be ready soon. Let's deposit these onions. 1.7 years, 1.5 years. All right, these are 1.1 years. We use up all these crops first. Fair enough. Let's deposit these onion seeds. And you know what? We have 2 outstanding tasks that we have to do right now. The first outstanding task is quarry work. We need a shitload of granite stone. And the second task is making slaked lime for mortar for the fire clay bricks. Now, given the fact, yeah, you know what? We're going up here. Given the fact that we're waiting for the lime, I'm gonna go to the north and we're gonna start doing some serious quarry work. Let's grab a good condition hammer. We already have our tin bronze splitter plugs and a lot of food. So it's just a matter of going over there and getting it done. I'm gonna sail up there, I think. But it won't be long before water starts freezing everywhere. Won't be long at all. Oh, Shadow, yes. The timestamps that I'm taking down, as you can see, I have a lot of them. On an episode by episode basis, I'm taking down a whole bunch of clips and I'm writing down the context because I'm using this series to make a tips and tricks guide. So I need a lot of video footage and timestamps in order to, like, you know, make that tips and tricks guide by the end in order to edit the footage, right? For example, right? Holding right click to milk a goat. It resets every second, so you can hold right click until you milk it. I have a timestamp for me doing that, right? Yeah. And then I also have another timestamp for like the pick up babies mod, where I show myself picking up baby goats and then dropping them into the enclosure. Yeah. And I just have a whole bunch of tips. I'm making like a masterful, like, massive list of really useful tips for both advanced players and beginners through this series. Yeah. I have pages and pages of timestamps and tips just written down. All right, let's wedge this piece of paper in my keyboard and autopilot forward. Yeah, I have footage of me fighting a bear, right? So it's like a guide on how you beat bears. I have footage of me finding fire clay under a coal deposit. All kinds of shit. Yeah, like just tons, right? Tons of timestamps for tips. No problem, no problem. That's the lore. That's the lore accurate interpretation of my timestamps and notes. It's faithful to the source material of my note collection. I'm so happy we finally have slices of pie, dude. All right, that's where we're gonna be able to get the majority of our granite. Oh shit. I need that. Except now I am wet and freezing. Which I guess is fine. Alright. It's 4.6 degrees. We might be okay. Have we upgraded from the paper wedge yet? No, buddy. We can't upgrade from the paper wedge until I craft the fucking sailboat. Yeah, the sailboat has a built-in autopilot forward function with the sails. But until we craft that, we're pissing in the wind. We'll have it soon, though. Right as soon as I harvest that second generation of flax, we can make it. Okay, now, let's mark where my raft is. Doesn't have to be much. Nice little orange dot on the coast. This is granite gravel, indicating the presence of granite stone. I'm gonna grab a whole bunch of this granite rock while we're walking around. I'm gonna need it to make cobblestone. And we're gonna look for a good, suitable place for quarry work. We need quarry work to happen. Yeah, I'll grab any of these boulders that I see on the way. We pretty much just want to dig into the side of a steep cliff, which can be done anywhere here, maybe even close to the raft, but I have to make sure that I don't encounter other stone types. Otherwise, it's gonna muddy the effectiveness of our quarry. And I'm gonna want to get some video footage for the quarry as well. A few different timestamps just to indicate the step-by-step of how to do it. There's a goat right there. I don't have a spear, though. So basically, it comes down to me trying to run it down, which I'm not likely to succeed in. I'll try. I mean, shit, I'll try, you know? I'm just not optimistic about actually catching the fucking thing. Jesus Christ, he's so slippery, dude. It's like that clip of Asmongold when he runs into the guy in Battlefield 6 and starts shooting the shotgun, but everywhere he shoots, it's like to the left or the right of the guy, and he just keeps missing. That's what happened with me with that goat right there. That was an amazing clip, though, dude. That's what it's like when I try to play shooting games. That's why I don't play shooting games. I'm a first-person shooter retard, dude. There can be nothing but targets in front of me, and I'll manage to hit the air. I'm gonna keep on trying to run down this goat. I got nothing but time. It's my own fault. I should have a spear on hand, but I don't. But I need this goat's fat, so I can't leave it behind. I feel like I'm not even gaining on it anymore. God, this is so annoying. It's a fucking goat. How fast could it be, dude? Oh, yeah. You thought you would get away from me, bro? I'll chase you to the ends of this fucking earth. And we didn't even get a fat. Jesus Christ. What are we doing? All right, well, we only have to run about 7 business days to get back where we were. All right, let's find granite rock. Underground. I'd imagine that beneath this wellspring of granite gravel, there is granite stone. We just gotta locate it. Yeah, there's fucking granite rock right there. But there's also chert. I need to make sure that I'm not getting into any chert. And I might need a taller cliff than this. This doesn't seem tall enough for our purposes, but maybe if I go slightly underground, it will be. All right, we're gonna have to make a little elevator. Offhand lantern. Okay, we have that elevator leading down. Now I need to actually prepare the quarry zone. That's all cracked granite. I don't care much about the cracked stuff, but... You know what? We're going up one more level. I don't want to have any cracked granite in the quarry. Okay. It's got to be a 4x4 chunk. So let's destroy this section of roof. And I actually have to go a little bit higher than that. Two more blocks higher. All right, now I need to get up there. Once we get the quarry started, it becomes a lot easier to maintain. It's just a matter of getting it started. There will always be the risk that we encounter underground cave systems. We're gonna hope that doesn't happen. The best thing to do is to build it into the side of a mountain, but we couldn't really find any mountains. We're beneath terrain right now. All that running, it burned off its fat. I guess so. That fucking goat, dude. Ran to the ends of the earth for nothing. All right. So we have to place these splitter plugs right there. I'm not gonna get footage yet. Not of this part, but soon. There we go. And with this, I have commenced my very first quarry efforts. First of many. There's a lot of cracked stone here, which I don't like. But we'll just keep going. Okay. Once this bronze pickaxe breaks, we can finally switch to our iron pickaxe, and that's gonna be a beautiful day. You started to play Darkest Dungeon on PS5? Yeah, no drug dealer game today, buddy. Darkest Dungeon's very difficult, Fabio, and it's gonna break your mind. But in that darkness, you will find your redemption. Yeah. That game's hard as fuck. I'm so glad I finally beat it, dude. It took me such a long time to learn Darkest Dungeon. And even when you learn it, there's still like a certain degree of random chance involved where you can do everything right and your characters can still die. It's crazy, buddy. There we go. Now what's up with the cracked? I guess it doesn't actually count it as cracked granite, which is useful. It's counting it as normal. Anyway, let's put those splitter plugs there. Extend the bridge. Yeah, we're gonna get our timestamps for the quarry mod now. I'd ask how you're doing, Fabio, but if you just started playing Darkest Dungeon, then you're probably not doing too good, eh? That game's hard as fuck. It's really hard. Alright, so I need to get timestamps here. So I put the 4 splitter plugs in the wall. I climb up. I harvested all this. Four by 4 chunk. Okay, so that's 1 timestamp. And we're just gonna call that 139:15. Harvesting a quarry segment. All right. Do you actually have to clear the whole top section? Or could you just do the back row? No, yeah, you have to clear it. You have to place the plugs in an L shape. So I have to place some down here and then some on top, and like the higher the level of the plugs, the greater the range. So these have a 4 by 4 by 4 range. I don't know if this would... I've never tried this before, but I highly doubt it's gonna work. Yeah, can't do that. What if... Yeah, I can't do that. Yeah, I think it's gotta be in an L shape. I may as well leave these here. Okay. All right, that's a good timestamp right there. That's 142. Let's say 141:55. Clearing the top. Away. All right. Let's eat. Little slice of pie. Duh. Oh, you mean making a narrow tunnel instead of widening the whole thing? That might work. Well, it probably will work. The reason why I gather all of the stuff on the top is because it gets me stone for cobblestone while I get the large stone slabs. Right, so it just ends up being more cobblestone later, but I think what you mean would work. You're talking, I just dig all the way back. We'll try it out, like, you know. So you're talking, just go like this. Yeah, this is what you're talking about, eh? Instead of digging out the entire top, you just dig out whatever's necessary. Oof. Hang on. I mean, you could do that, yeah, you totally could. But honestly, I kind of like harvesting it. Yeah, just because it nets me extra cobblestone. I'm wondering if I should... I'm wondering if I should make, like, granite ashlar windmill. Or if I should just stick with granite cobbles. Let's shorten our little bridge here. Give ourselves a new way up. I'm gonna grab all these. Eventually, I am gonna have to worry about fucking monsters spawning in here. That does happen. For now, I guess I'll just try to place some lanterns to keep it lit in here. My temporal stability is decreasing down here, unfortunately, so that's going to serve as somewhat of a bottleneck for how much of this we're able to do in one trip. All right. Now, what I could do is I could preemptively tunnel a whole bunch, and then all we have to do is the quarry stuff, which I might do. I've done that before. It's a way to ensure that you make rapid progress, right? So I'm gonna go all the way over there. By the time we get back to base, all of that limestone's gonna be ground up, and then we're gonna have to roast it in the campfire. After roasting, we'll have quicklime, which I can use to make slaked lime, which I can then use to make mortar for making granite ashlar blocks, as well as the fire clay bricks that we're gonna need for the pit, like the beehive kiln. With that, I'll be able to make our cream and tan colored bricks. Let's eat. Now, I could theoretically do your trick, because the more I think about it, Personal Shadow, 1, 2, 3. The more I think about it, I might actually be able to save myself a lot of time and energy by doing it the way that you suggested. Because I can use a rubble hammer on these quarried rocks that we have to get granite stone anyway. So with that being the case, it's entirely possible that I could just get, if I get a whole bunch of these stone slabs really quickly, then that would equate to getting a lot of granite really quickly, like a lot of these loose granite stones. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that little tunnel. And then we place this down. Yeah, you never know, Shadow. You might have inadvertently helped me figure out like a more efficient way of doing this every single time that I do it. Let's give myself a little staircase to get up there real quick. And then I'm gonna tunnel all the way over there to that opening. We're hitting Chert Rock here. Let's eat. We're about to start using that iron pickaxe, I'm happy to say. It would save durability on the picks too, yeah, and it honestly might be faster regarding the acquisition of cobblestone. Yes, our tin bronze pickaxe is broken. Now, we get to use the iron pickaxe. It's gonna be much more pleasurable of an experience at this point. There we go. We've lined up with it. Okay, so now... we got a big chunk, right? Oh, wrong way. Dude, we gotta go this way. Honestly, I can see the value in having like 16 splitter plugs. Okay. but we are getting a shitload of slabs this way much faster than we normally would. Like, I do think, Shadow, that you've pretty much helped me to make this more efficient, which is honestly pretty huge. Fuck yeah. It's a time saver. Grab that. Place those. Shit. Son of a bitch. Okay. All right, now we're gonna go up this way. Heat up. All right. Yeah, we got a lot really quickly. These large stone slabs, man. Like, we got a lot of them. By using that method of yours, it wasn't such a bad idea. I wonder, maybe I could do the same thing up there. It just has to be an L shape. So really, what if I go like this? No fucking way. I can grab these too. Oh wow, you just made it so much more efficient. That's amazing, dude. Okay, it's a smaller slab, but it's still 24 granite. Damn straight. That's fucking awesome. I feel like this is the kind of thing where it would require its own video if I wanted to make this a tip. All right, you know what? I'm gonna leave some timestamps here. Let's just say like 150 and beyond. Peak efficiency quarry work and harvesting the ceiling remnants. Thank you, Personal Shadow. Thank you very much. Okay. I'll have to get out of here soon. Okay, we have all of our splitter plugs, and we have a shitload of stuff. All right, this has been a very great start to our quarry work. I'll mark the location so we can find our way back to this quarry zone later. Yeah, let's get out of here. Granite quarry zone. Okay, fair enough. When we want to find it, we follow the water. Let's eat, and let's sail back. Let's use our little piece of paper, wedge it in the keyboard. I can see my windmill from here. That's a beeline home. I need more coffee. Yeah, we did good. That's a massive amount of granite stone. And we have a lot of the granite rocks themselves. Like, we did just amazing here. Let's get rid of the gravel. It's crazy how this entire waterway where we're doing our sailing it has like inverse temporal stability. We'll have to get to our actual home in order for our stability to rejuvenate. I want a fucking sailboat. That thing is so fast, dude. I installed a mod to make the sailboat faster, but I didn't install any mods for the raft because I felt like as a primitive technology, the raft should be slow and the sailboat should feel like a significant upgrade, right? Okay, home sweet home. So let's grab all of our powdered lime. We have enough of it. Put it in the fire. We'll create 42 quicklime. That's exactly what we need. Let's put this cooking pot down on the ground. All right. What does the temperature have to be? 825. So theoretically, we could just process that with, we could use peat, but we're gonna use coal instead because the fact that it burns at a hotter temperature will make it take less time to complete. All right, we're gonna want to start harvesting this stuff. I do like the look of a granite cobblestone workshop. I do. Yeah, we'll stick with that. Which means rubble hammer. But I'm gonna need a whole bunch of clay. I don't really know if I have enough red clay here, you know? So... just got 4 fucking stacks of cobblestone right there. Actual inventory storage is going to become a little bit of an issue. We need more storage capacity. Deposit the quarry tools. I will need ashlar blocks just to make our fireplace. I know that. Yep. No, no worries, buddy. No worries. Don't be embarrassed to ask questions. Override your personality and disregard it. Yeah, but human infrastructure would be pretty lackluster if questions weren't an integral part of apprenticeship, right? Knowledge is to be shared. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. So far, so good. Okay. Besides, Shadow, I'd put it to you this way. Like, my knowledge is to be shared, but your intuition is to be benefited from for me, you know what I mean? Like, my quarrying just got better because you spoke up. Yeah, sometimes you can have someone with 1,000 hours in something, and they'll have like a chin-scratching, huh, that's true moment, when someone has like 10 hours, you know, from someone who has like 10 hours. All right, let's harvest these. Today, this morning, was my 4th freezing cold shower in a row. Doing it. Fucking reclaiming the mind and the habits. I fucking hate cold showers here. In Canada, your water was cold in the winter, but it was never really freezing, right? Here in Czech Republic, man, cold water is fucking cold. It is crazy, actually. Okay, we have a fuck ton of granite now, and I still have 2 extra slabs. I'm gonna hang on to those because I will need at least some ashlar blocks for the production of... Hang on. How much water do I need? Isn't it only like 12 liters of water that I need in there? Yeah, I need a bowl. What's the conversion rate? Hang on. I I need slaked lime. 1 liter of water for every 4 quicklime. Okay, that means if there's 42, then... Oh, that's not evenly divisible, is it? Okay, well, fair enough. If I would need 6 more quicklime, which would require 12 more ground up lime. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Completely lost my train of thought from before. But yeah, we need 12 liters of water in there. I'm gonna have to keep these fires hot for the processing of the other slaked lime. It's too slow, buddy. You know what? I'm gonna do this myself. It'll be faster, ultimately. Grab those. Chuck that in there. Am I showering in the cold on purpose? Yes. Yeah, cold exposure is extremely good for the body and the brain. Even for the heart, actually. When you take a freezing cold shower, your body has... Your heart increases the rate that it pumps. Basically, when you have a freezing cold shower, your veins, you undergo what I believe is vasoconstriction, where your veins get smaller, right? Your blood vessels contract, which means that your heart has to pump harder in order to get the blood to its intended destination. So it increases your heart rate, and it kind of cleans your veins, your ventricles, all of them, your arteries, your veins, your capillaries, everything constricts, and your heart has to pump harder. And it also causes an upsurge in like serotonin. It increases your dopamine for the day. There's a lot of good to it. Yeah, it increases serotonin, dopamine production. I have a health cookie on cold showers. Maybe I should just take a look at that. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at my cold showers health cookie here. Cold showers grant an immediate mood boost, immediate wakefulness, reduced inflammation and muscle soreness, while also improving your blood pressure and strengthening your cardiovascular system. Yeah. Cold showers cause many hormetic effects. Most notable among them is that it provides a surge of BDNF to your brain. I cover BDNF in Health Cookie too, but it's brain-derived neurotrophic factor. And it's basically like speed grow for the brain. It's a neuroprotective substance, which when your body produces it, it protects your brain, exactly as said, right? Yeah. Funnily enough, it has the same effect as nicotine on the brain. Nicotine, not a lot of people know this, but nicotine has neuroprotective effects too. Okay, we have all the quicklime that we need for a full batch. That does mean I'm gonna need more sand, however. I have 43, I need 48. Well, there's chert sand all over the place. Let's go get 5 more chert sand. Yeah, when you exercise, that's a hormetic effect. A hormetic effect is a stress on the body that is good for the body or good for the brain. Okay. And cold showers are in that category. 6 out of 9, 7 out of 9. We're gonna water the crops real quick. Just the flax, mind you, I'm not watering everything. Grab that. All right. I'd like to try to milk the goat. All right, I got it to start staying still. Yeah, if you start milking the goat, it'll stay still. Beautiful. And the timestamp on that is 2:21, let's say 20. Because that's the first time I've milked it and had it stand still while I was inside the pen with it. Is there a way to fertilize the water directly like a Miracle Grow? No, not. There is fertilizer, but you have to use it on the crop plot itself rather than the water. So 2:21:20. Goat stood still. In an open pen during milking. All right. May as well leave the troughs. Let's eat. And at long last, we have a fuck ton of mortar. We have 384 mortar, which is huge. Whole bunch of it. And with that, we can accomplish quite a bit. I'm gonna need to get some red clay though. We need red clay. There's some up there. A lot up there, actually. So I'm gonna go up there and I'm gonna grab some. And we're gonna put this reed chest down right here. And we're gonna fill it with our granite stone. At least as much as will fit. Okay. Deposit the mortar in here. The coal right there. I no longer need these molds. I can get rid of those. Which we will soon enough. Okay. I'm gonna put this bucket of milk inside the cellar and then craft a new bucket. 12 days, 3 days. Okay, it quadruples the life of it, the shelf life. This rubble hammer is almost destroyed, but we can make a new one later. Make a new bucket. Okay, grab water. And let's go. We need to get a whole bunch of clay. Might want to get more oak wood while we're here. Maybe. I should have brought the bronze axe that we have. Anyway, there is a fuck ton of clay here. You wouldn't know it to look at the terrain above. There was only 2 exposed rocks at first, but... Can you imagine if I was trying to harvest this with soil instability turned on? Fucking nightmare mechanic. Okay, let's eat. Fruit nutrition and protein nutrition are going down. We're gonna want to take care of that. I do have some red meat at home. We can cook some meat stew. And as far as fruit goes, I can just eat some honeycombs. This is probably the biggest clay vein that I've ever found. A great find indeed, Midskilla. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, buddy. We gotta be above 1 like, right? Could that be because you didn't, like, refresh the page or something? There's no way we're only at 1. After 2 hours? I gotta get to the bottom of this. Holy shit, wow. Oh my god. Jesus. Anyway, it's good to see you, Brian. Yeah, we're going through somewhat of a channel Dark Ages now. I think that long gone are the days of me getting like 200 or 300 people until the Epstein news calms down a little bit. I think right now the internet is on like major damage control mode for the elites. And there's probably, I wouldn't be surprised if you looked at every other creator's analytics and saw similar drops in consistency. Other than maybe whatever creators never talk about that stuff and always keep it PG, you know what I mean? Okay, that honestly might be enough red clay for now, but I will also have to make some red clay tan bricks. Yeah, we're about to build our beehive kiln, so the potential of building our actual house is upon us, you know? Alright, I think that'll do. Let's get out of here. Do the quarry tools work on clay? No, they don't. No. But harvesting clay is pretty fast if you just get like a decent shovel, you know? Tin bronze and above. Yeah, clay is, it's a very durable type of dirt, but with a really good shovel, you harvest it really fast, and a little bit of clay goes a very long way. You typically don't need that much of it. Oh, shit. Okay, we're actually getting ice formation now. We're getting mass formation psychosis now. We have to begin working on the windmill. Trying to build up the walls. Let's deposit all this clay. Jesus, that's a lot. Okay. Grab that. All right. So we're basically just doing 2-block diagonal gap. Okay. 2-block diagonal. It does take an absurdly high amount of cobblestone to build this entire windmill, but you know, I already knew that from our previous playthrough. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to fully construct this. Each wall, right? But we'll get it done. And we'll take it one wall at a time, like one side at a time, right? God, it looks like it's gonna take nearly 6 to 7 stacks just to build one wall. I'm just glad a Bowtorn hasn't tried to shoot me down from up here. This is a lethal fall. 100% it is. It feels pretty scary up here next to the spinning windmill blades, doesn't it? Okay, I'm not looking forward to this. I think I can do it safely. I have to... Okay. So, that's one wall done. Alright, we're gonna need more cobblestone at this point. Okay, that's it for all of our cobblestone right now. I still have 2 large stone slabs, but that really isn't that much cobblestone that we're gonna get from it. But I have a whole bunch of cobblestone itself, like granite cobblestone blocks. So we'll do what we can. We're doing the exact same thing as before. Using the wall that we just built to stop ourselves from going over the ledge. And towering up. Maybe I could do 2 at a time. It is more mouse work, more carpal tunnel, but like, yes, technically we can. Let's eat. God, this is kind of nerve-wracking. I don't have the ladder right beside me anymore, you know what I mean? I hear the windmills. We're just about at the peak. It doesn't look like I'll be able to finish this wall. Jesus. All right. Utmost caution here. I'll leave a little bit of scaffolding to get back to that wall. This is the run. We are back at it again. We're back at it again, Euclid. I'm taking down a shitload of notes to make a tips and tricks video. I have like 5 pages so far. Yeah, we have a lot of timestamps, a lot of footage. So this whole playthrough is kind of like a big project. It's leading into a big video project. Put those in here. How are you doing, Euclid? We still have a lot of fire clay. Let me open up this page real quick. So the beehive kiln, requiring 55 fire clay brick blocks. I think that's how much it requires. And then we need to make gratings. 9 gratings. Okay, there's the 9 gratings that we need. We already have the door for the beehive kiln and the iron hatches, so let's deposit all of these together. Okay. Kiln door, gratings, hatches, bricks. That's it. Looks like we have everything we need. All right. So when the Temporal Storm is over, I can start working on the beehive kiln. Let's check our light levels, make sure no monsters can spawn around here. It looks okay. All right. Let's eat. And I'm gonna go ahead and make this meat stew that we need right now for our meat nutrition. We'll make 2 servings of hearty red meat stew and cook this as well. I think that's enough fuel. And to get our fruit nutrition increased, we're gonna eat a few honeycombs. Nice. All right, let's sleep and immediately start that Temporal Storm. Ow. All right. Deposit the dirt. I'm gonna need that axe too, because we're gonna be that axe. Yeah, we need the axe to cut down a bunch more trees. I need more oak wood. I'm gonna move all this fire clay into the chest down here. This chest we'll just put right there. I'm just about ready to build our home. I fucking want to, man. I'm tired of living in a dirt hut. It's a necessary evil in the early game, but I want to move out. I want to have a real house, you know? There's raiding groups, huh? Well, true enough. Maybe it's something I could consider, yeah. Playing RimWorld again? Nail biting every time? You were going that high up on hardcore? Yeah. Yeah, building that windmill. I've died building a windmill before. It does happen. It doesn't happen too often, but it happens. Holy shit. Anyway, you know what? I think I'm gonna start making my next coffee. I don't think anything's gonna spawn in here and cause me trouble, so I'll be right back. Burnt Peanut? I just heard about that guy. I just heard about Burnt Peanut the other day. I had no idea he existed, but apparently he's the most popular streamer in the world. I'm gonna try to make myself more hungry. I need to be hungrier to eat shit. Yeah, let's just jump around and sprint around. We're jumping and sprinting. Motherfucker needs to be hungry. We horngry. $1,200 satiety, that's pretty good, yeah. Let's eat the honey. My fruit nutrition will be close to maxed out. We'll be missing a couple bars still. Let's just get really hungry. Let's get really, really hungry first, yeah. I don't want to nickel and dime my nutrition buildup. I want to just get really hungry, eat a lot of food, get a lot of nutrition going. Is there anything I could do around base right now while I have spare time? Not exactly. We have everything pretty well in hand, man. Even our fucking... Look at all this. I already have olivine, quartz, bauxite. Like, we're... we're fucking ready to do steel already. We just need to make the pulverizer, which I could do anytime now, right? If I can get into the warehouse, like the workshop, then I could theoretically make my anvil. Let's grab the iron, the powdered borax, and that's all I need. Let's go! Okay. I'm gonna have to try to spawn-proof this place. I mean, it looks yeah, I think it's all right. Hang on, let's move these up one more level. Yeah, I think that's good. I think I had them like this previously. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to hope that nothing crazy can spawn in here. So, making the anvil. It requires 5 iron ingots. Honestly, I could just make it out of 3 plates, and it would probably be a lot easier. I might try to do it out of plates. I've never made the anvil out of 3 plates before. I don't know how much easier or harder it is, but we will find out. We're gonna find out right now. Who knows, right? Maybe it's a lot simpler than the other way of using ingots. We're gonna need these to hook up the hell of hammers. Well, we'll see, Brian. I'm a prideful man. You know, I'm a bad Christian. I'm very prideful, and I want to make it on my own. So, like, some people like Mr. Morp have gone out of their way to raid me very often, and I'm extremely appreciative. Like, that's boosted income, right? It's huge, but I've always wanted to make it on my own merits. Yeah, I have a problem with asking for help. All right. We have quite a lot of wind speed, buddy. This is nice. Hang on. Okay, my coffee is steeping. It's gonna be ready for me to drink at 12:50. I'm gonna turn down the effects volume for a little bit. Okay, the Temporal Storm is now waning. Okay, there we go. We have all the plates that we need. Now we'll place that right there. Put these in here. So, anvil base and anvil top. We need 3 plates for either one. So let's grab 3. Anvil top. We'll start with the anvil base. The anvil base is based. All right. So, I can already see how this is going to be a lot easier. I mean, we have to bring up the ledges here. But I can totally see how this is going to be a little bit, well, a lot simpler. All right. Let's do it layer by layer. So bottom layer first. Okay, bottom layer is all done. Now we just have to do a fucking top layer. Yeah, that was a lot easier, dude. I mean, hell, compared to doing it with ingots, this is practically a trivial task. It's so much simpler, right? Why can't I move that over? Oh, that's why. Fair enough. Okay. Well, I almost managed to finish the entire anvil base before it cooled down, which is definitely a sign that it was significantly easier than using ingots. It basically came down to the fact that I could no longer, like, I can't keep working on it to clear away what's left, right? Like this stuff, but I got so close to finishing. It's crazy. All right, let's put this right here. Put a piece of coal in there. And then we can heat this up and the plates that we're going to be using for the anvil top as well. We really don't need to add very much heat to this. Yeah, that's enough right there. Let's just put it down. Put those right there, heat them, and finish this. God, I am so fucking excited to make the video guide for this game. The tips and tricks, you know? Anyway, we're gonna let those reach peak temperature and then we have to start working on the anvil top. It looks like 1100 is as high as it goes, so... Anvil top. All right. Let's eat. It is kind of a waste. It's supposed to take 5 ingots to complete the anvil, so it is a measurable waste to use 3 plates. It is, but it's also a lot easier. Now, I wonder how it would be if you use 2 plates and an ingot, because that might actually simplify it even more than what I experienced here, right? All right, move those down. All right. Okay. Yeah, the anvil top and the anvil base, they're never easy to smith. You'll never really accomplish making it easy, I don't think. No matter the configuration of whether you use plates or ingots or some plates and ingots, like, I think it's just always going to be a complex thing to smith, but you only really have to do it once. All right. Fill that in, push these forward. Yeah, it's hard as fuck. All right. Let's eat. All right, we have to use this as a stair step to get the blocks up. Yeah, you need a designated stair step. I'm learning that now. Actually, I can move all these over. Okay. All right. Now over here, we need a designated stair step location. I think it's gonna be over here. Let's squish all this over first. Okay. Move that up, then to the side, and then down to the side, and then move this up here. Yeah, it's hard as fuck. Let's move these over. Yeah. And then we can bring the stuff to the right, up where it needs to be. Okay. Uh, 784 temperature, probably not finishing without having to heat it up again. Okay. Yeah, we gotta heat these up now. All right. Won't take much. Hey, Zuzi. Welcome, sweetie. Finally your lunch break, eh? Oh, sweetie pie. My day's going good. My day's going good. I love you very much. I'll see you in a little bit, okay? All right, move this over. All right, now we can just trim the fat on the anvil and we're done. All right. We need powdered borax. And we're gonna have to heat this. What the hell? There we go. I can't even remember if today's Zuzi's final shift. I hope so. Let's eat. Bottom half too cold. All right. Maybe it has to be like molten hot or something. I don't know. Let's get them to 1,000 degrees. Okay. There we go. All right, we now have an iron anvil. It is done. "16 iron ingots remain. Let's go put away the powdered borax. In here. Same with the iron. Eat these for the fruit nutrition. I need 3 more in order to maximize my fruit nutrition, and we're gonna have to eat this meat stew also. Okay. Let's water the crops again. I'm hoping I'll be able to bypass entirely the 33% growth speed when all these plants are at stage 8. Okay. These are done. You can harvest those parsnips. Okay, that's a good timestamp for watering the garden, actually. So that would be 3:21. Let's just say 3:21. 00. And then 3:21:30. Yeah, the correct way to water your crops as fast as possible is something I only just learned in this playthrough. Would you do one big fart and never fart for the rest of your life, or a 50-50 every time you fart for it to not come out? 50-50. Because honestly, I like farting. I don't want to live a life where I can't fart. Watering the garden, and then 3, 21, 30, finishing watering. And checking moisture levels. Okay. Place these here. Yeah, I should have been eating the meat stew while I was doing the smithing. Kind of played myself there, but I guess we'll start now. I have to get my nutrition back up. By the way, is there any more crops I can harvest? We have a lot of 7 out of 8 parsnips here. They'll be ready soon. Okay, let's go hang up our tongs. And the hammer. We're gonna need a new hammer pretty soon here. I'll get a whole bunch of oak wood while we're out. Okay, I guess I just can't loot this guy. Wait, right there. Yes. All right. Anyway, we're gonna have to build our beehive kiln, but honestly, I have an itch to play. I want to play Schedule 1, but I want to add some mods that might fix our problem with our current base. Like, there's mods for having more employee slots at certain places and stuff, like... Yeah, I want to be able to actually use what I started doing instead of just abandoning it and letting that be the end of our series, right? So, yeah, we're gonna stop playing this for now. We made good progress today, though. We made our iron anvil. We got everything made that we need for our beehive kiln. And overall, things are just really stable. I do feel that I'm getting bored of Vintage Story, but of course I am, right? I've played it for like 1,000 hours on the channel over the past few months, and it was going to happen eventually, but there's a new update right around the corner that I will get to play later on, which will freshen it up a little bit. Let's prepare Schedule 1 with that mod. I need to go to the Nexus. Nexus mods, Schedule 1. I want the off-road golden skateboard. Log in. I am human. I don't even remember my password for this. All right, I'm gonna have to turn off the display for a minute so I can check the email that tells me my password. I have my password saved in like an archived email type thing. Yeah, Nexus is one of those websites where there's like 6 billion different password rules that you have to follow. I never understood that. Like, why do passwords have to have like an uppercase letter, 2 exclamation points, 6 million fucking whatever the fucks, you know, it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. My password is rock solid without having the strange capitalizations and stuff. That's weird. I just copied and pasted the Nexus password. Okay, there we go. I'm in. Do not save password. Turn on the display. Yeah, let's manual download this shit. And then I have to figure out how to... What the fuck is mono and il2cpp? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is a mono and il2cpp? Oh god. Off-site requirements. Melon, absolutely not. I will never use the melon loader because people have gotten viruses from that. Yeah, never. I will never do it. Yeah, I won't use that. Now, there's a mod that increases the amount of employees that you can have. Oh, I'm having fun. I'm having fun. It's just that it doesn't last as long as it used to. All right, hang on. I need to find that employee mod. What the fuck? Nope, won't do it. Yeah, I don't want to use melon loader. Why is melon loader required? Schedule 1. All right, well, I guess schedule 1 is pretty much dead then. Yeah, I'm not going to play it, and I'm not going to mod it if I have to use a third-party program. That's primitive. So I guess, fuck, Surrounded, eh? I hate Surrounded. Maybe I should just keep on playing Vintage Story then. Yeah, we'll just keep on playing Vintage Story. It's the only thing that's, like, still fun. You know what I mean? I don't need Steam open. All right. So, with that in mind, we're just staying live. I'm going to reopen the game. It is very primitive and inefficient that you need a third-party program just to mod Schedule 1. When you compare it to other games, normal games where, like, Vintage Story or 7 Days to Die or any other game, you literally just download the mod, drop it in a mods folder in the game's files, and you're done. It seems very suspect. Like, data collection suspect that you would need a third-party mod, and I'm not stupid enough to fall for it, so... Alright, now... I'm gonna pour my coffee. RimWorld I have over 1,000 hours in, and I play on 500% difficulty. Yeah, I got no problems with RimWorld. Kenshi I tried to play, but it was really complex. And I didn't want to keep trying to figure it out. Water. Okay, this leather is done. Also this. So there we go. We have a lot more leather. I can bring these inside. If you're cold, they're cold. Bring them inside. Bring your leather inside. All right, so the next task I want to do is I want to get a shitload of wood. We're gonna have to sleep the night away though. And I have to build the beehive kiln, which we can build the beehive kiln right now. We have all the blocks required for it. God, it's only 2:36 in the morning. Okay. Eat more meat stew. Yeah, we're gonna need more daylight. And I need more lanterns. How much? Here, I'm gonna check what I can do. 105 cassiterite. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna prepare to make more lanterns. Put the crucible in there. 104 cassiterite. And calculator. 104 divided by 8. 13. 13 times 92 is 1,196. $1,000. $196. Okay, 6,500 units of tin bronze. That's a little too much to make right now. I could smelt it all. It might harden, but we do have 20 ingot molds that I could use. We may as well smelt it all right now. Apparently it takes a lot less coal to liquefy it when it's already done. Let's grab 96 black coal, throw that in there, and get it lit. Yeah, we'll just do this all at once. 6,500 units of tin bronze. And while that's going, we're gonna go cut some wood. Like, get a whole bunch of oak wood. We're all out of cassiterite, though. That's it. We have no more. All right. Yeah, we have to build the beehive kiln. I don't need any more milk. Right now we're just trying to get our various types of nutrition increased. Yeah, we need some more light here. I don't seem to have any 8 out of 9 flax yet. Hmm. Yeah, it's gonna take a while to finish. We're gonna want to just leave it to do its thing. What was my favorite RimWorld DLC? Probably Ideology, because Ideology was crazy overpowered. No longer did you need to take a cannibal, right? You could use other traits, and you could just have likes human meat or tolerates human meat as part of your ideology. Also, the sight of corpses no longer bothered you, so you didn't need to have Psychopath. Yeah, I feel like Ideology was what allowed players to get far more customization out of it. Yeah, there were some oak trees over here near the area where we were previously acquiring our red clay, so we're gonna take a look there and we're gonna see if we can get even more. All right, here we go. Anomaly is pretty fun. Anomaly had some special things that it added. Like, you can have massive cemeteries full of human corpses, and you can make these dead life dust improvised devices, explosive devices, and you can literally reanimate this massive graveyard of corpses into zombies and use them against raids. It's really, really cool. The only shitty part is you have to rebury the corpses when you're done, but it does work really well. Anyway, let's seek out another oak tree. I am not in the market for maple necessarily. I want oak. And I appreciate that you appreciate that, Nicholas, by the way. When I first met Zuzi, dude, she was one of those posh ladies where, like, she never wanted to fart in front of you. But eventually, like a wild horse, bro, I broke her. I broke her. Now she just fucking, she looks at me like, and then just fucking rips this massive fart and cackles like a gremlin. You know? It's the best, dude. Fuck yeah, me and my family, growing up, we were always open about that shit. At least my blood family, you know? I had a step family, like half my family was step family. And they weren't like that. They were very nose up their ass type of people. But, yeah, me and mine, we had no problem with it. With the degeneracy, you know? I don't even know what the Nosiosphere is. Yeah, I might play RimWorld again soon, Euclid. You're kind of stimulating my interest again. RimWorld is good. It's just the viewership sometimes falls off because so much of RimWorld is just like playing hurry up and wait, you know? Which I like, you know, I enjoy the gameplay loop of RimWorld, I really do. It's just that from like a content creation standpoint, it has one of those gameplay loops where there's a lot of watching and waiting involved. Okay, we're getting a shitload of oak wood stockpiled. And we have enough daylight now where we can think about building our beehive kiln. I'll try to find more oak. Ideally, I'll be able to break this tin bronze axe. Oh, wow. That's a fucking tree right there. That's ridiculously massive. I don't even want to cut that down, but I do want to mark it for later. Mega oak. I didn't even know if my iron axe could bring that tree down, let alone, you know... Yeah, I don't know. That's massive, dude. That's an enormous fucking tree. Anyway, we don't need the lantern in our offhand anymore. I need to eat these honeycombs to get my fruit nutrition increased. Not really seeing any more oak trees in the area, though. Maybe I do have to cut down the mega one if I want to get any more oak at all. It'll certainly break our tin bronze axe. No question, no doubt about it, but... Alright, let's try to cut this one down. Adam versus everything, yeah, he's where I learned about Dead Life Dust. That guy's a crazy motherfucker, dude. He was playing Darkest Dungeon, Torchless, Blood Moon, and a whole bunch of other restrictions, like 0 deaths. I don't know if he ever ended up beating it. He was insane for trying. Like, I can't imagine dealing with, like, vanilla regular Darkest Dungeon with Torchlight is an RNG shitfest. You know, so it's like I can't imagine worsening the odds. God. Okay. That was a massive fucking tree. It did over half of my iron axe. Holy shit. Oh, wow. I actually accidentally almost cut down 2 fucking trees. I mean, I guess I may as well try to finish this one, right? Look at how massive this was. Yeah, that was 2 trees connected by leaves. That's why this happened. I had a feeling like I probably should have disconnected the leaves, but it is what it is. I mean, we're never gonna need oak wood again. We're gonna have to go back and check on those 6,000 units of tin bronze that are smelting down as we speak. All right, let's finish this tree right here. We got a lot of fucking mushrooms even. All right. Chicken of the woods mushrooms. Yeah, let's get the hell out of here. That great oak certainly is no longer there. Yeah, let's go home. It's cock and ball torture, yeah. Yeah, I beat Blood Moon. And it... Honestly, man, in order to do it, I had to actually do a lot of research. I made written guides for myself where if I was going to Weld or the Ruins or etc., depending on where I was going, I had a list of what items I needed to get the most out of the curios there and what enemies I needed to look out for while there. And I had to do a deep dive of academic research into the Darkest Dungeon missions themselves. I barely scraped through those. Like, It was hard as fuck to beat that game on Blood Moon difficulty. Hard as fuck. And we definitely lost some favored heroes along the way. Always do. Oh yeah, that's still going. Let's grab another serving of meat stew, eat it. Protein is nearly maxed out. Now, dairy. Let's drink some milk. Beautiful. Dairy is maxed out. 4 liters left. The chicken of the woods mushrooms are just kind of a shit food that I can eat later. We have so much oak wood, I don't know how the hell I'm ever gonna end up using it all. $52 more sticks. Couple of oak seeds. Actually, I don't want any seeds here. I like the view of that cliff way over there. That looks really nice. Yeah, leaving this as an open area would be wise. But I'll plant these trees over here, maybe. Okay. So now, the beehive kiln that we have to build. We have all the stuff we need to build it right here. Where do you put the beehive kiln, huh? The beehive kiln is very rarely utilized. And you can always move it later if you really want to. Maybe I could put the beehive kiln and the steel area, like, right here. Possibly. But I will want to try to map out the dimensions. I think the steel making area is 5 by 5, and if I combine 2 of them side by side, then it's what, like 11? I need to take a look at my prior setup, which is easy and quick to do. Let's open this here. God, we did such a good job building all that. I'm gonna be using a lot of footage from this. Is the inside done? Probably not, eh? Yeah, we were still working on it at that point, but... yeah, that's beautiful, man. That boathouse took me so long to do. Anyway, getting distracted. For now, let's try to find our steel making area. Well, you know what? If I get extra footage here, like, that's the thing. I'm always in footage hunting mode, right? Always. I'm gonna need this footage. That property was so beautiful, dude. I wish I wasn't so rash in deleting the world, because I feel like I would have wanted to do a flyby of the area for footage, right? This was the best world we've ever had in terms of like working hard and trying to make things as beautiful as possible. This was the one. But I can't see me working on any steel here. All right. Anyway, yeah, where's some steel making? I must have already made the steel by this point. Let's go back here. I need to see the actual build. Right here. This is where I'm putting it all together, I think. Yeah. Fuck, I can't even find it. Maybe I'll just count it for fuck's sake, right? Like, why not just count it? So, sidewall, 1, 2, 3, sidewall, that's 5, and then 6, 7, 8, 9. So what, it's 9 blocks wide? I would love to just get like a full frontal view of my steel making setup. Oh. Right here. It's hard to find footage because it's an 11-hour stream. Even just scrolling through this is hard as fuck, you know? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, a width of 9. Fair enough. So, with that in mind, I can start trying to mark this shit out. Yeah, we'll build it in a raised way. Although that will obstruct my view of that area over there, so I might do it over here instead. But I don't really have the room. God, this is hard. Yeah, I like that view too much to compromise it. So maybe we put that shit over here, wherever it'll fit. I may have to terraform some of this terrain. It would have to be right there, the side edge. For the steel making, we have a little gap of 2 between both. The music in this game is so fucking loud, it's insane. Hang on, I want to look that up. Vintage story loud music. Why is that? Yeah, it's true. 5% music volume is still almost too loud. That's so weird. Yeah, it's crazy. All right, anyway, we're gonna be placing our steel and beehive area right here. I'll have a little gap for getting between them. With that in mind, I have to start building the bee area, the beehive kiln. Let's grab our scythe, cut the grass out of the way. We're gonna do a remove grass option. All right. So, let's get started. I'm gonna want it to be raised, certainly. Maybe I could build them over here, on this cliffside, behind the house. That could work. That actually might be the smarter option. Let's get these bushes out of the way. Yeah, I don't want to do the easy thing necessarily. I want to have like another beautiful home just like last. The work is the fun in a game like this. You can't half-ass things. All right. And how high does it have to be? I have video footage of that exact thing ready to be observed. Episode 8, where we previously left off. Yeah, we have a little staircase with a walk-in path. It was perfect. Looks to be 1, 2, 3. That's a slab. It's really only 2 blocks high. Yeah, so we need 2 blocks of height for me to like walk into. So right here, this wall right here would be the perfect place, more or less. All right. Oh yeah, how's this going? Still going. 6,500 units of tin bronze. It's gonna take a while, but that's a lot of lanterns. Turn it up to 100 for a sec and see what happens. Yeah. Couldn't do it, buddy. Couldn't do it. Didn't want to risk it. make my ears bleed, you know what I mean? Anyway, we can now start eating our pie again. Our nutrition scores are looking pretty damn good. You know what? I'm gonna build a temporary beehive kiln right here. Yeah, and then we'll move it later. So, I need to start with the door. I am able to move it. I'm able to relocate the entire thing at will if I wish. So, the door. All right. We need the fire clay gratings down there. Yeah, because the thing is, until I see the finished product of my build house, we're not actually going to know where exactly we want to have the steel making area and whatnot. Okay, now we got to do the top. Okay, I think it's pretty much put together. Structure is not complete. 15 blocks are missing or wrong. Well, I need the 3 hatch doors in there. That's 3 of them. Okay. And then most likely I have to do the bottom here. That's all gotta be fire clay blocks, right? Let's just go down here. It's going to be easier to access those. Okay. All right. It's ready. Yeah, we can now start using this at will. Now I just need like a makeshift staircase to get down. Don't worry, this ugly ass thing is not the way that we're gonna be keeping it. We're gonna be moving this once our house is built. But for now, this is gonna allow me to get what we need. Yeah. All right. We have that. We can pile up the fuel right here. So, it's time for us to start gathering all that fire clay. Sorry, all of the clay, regular clay. We need blue clay. We already have red clay. And I'm gonna need to make raw red bricks. And we're gonna have to color them tan when no doors are open. Yeah. And then blue clay. When no doors are open. So yeah, we just leave no doors open. Right, where we encountered a problem was in the previous playthrough when I was making hinges or like roof blocks. As long as we don't do that this time, we can do the tan bricks and the cream bricks at the exact same time. So, raw red brick. I don't know how many of those we're gonna need, but we have a fuck ton of clay here that we have to use up anyway, so... yeah, that's a start. I need 24 more in order to tower it up all the way there. And then we need to go get some blue clay. I haven't found much, but I think I found enough. Okay, there we go. 3 stacks of those all the way to the ceiling. That's our tan bricks. And now we're gonna need the blue clay converted into cream bricks. But I might want to wait until this is done before I go over there. Let's water the plants. We're gonna have to kill a little bit of time here before we can go. Shit, yeah, it's at 29% growth speed. Wasn't quite good enough. I wasn't quite consistent enough on the watering this time to avoid that 30% growth speed. So that last stage of these flax plants is gonna take a little bit longer to grow. As long as I get the harvest, I don't care about the rest. We just need to get that harvest. Yeah, 33% growth speed. 66 hours is roughly 3 days of grow time. It's rough, buddy. Okay. Let's eat. I'm gonna drink the rest of my milk and then milk the goat. We should have a fresh batch on hand. Why is it moving around now? It's weird. Usually it stays still while you try to milk it. Now it's not. All right. Okay, we got the milk. It's still lactating for 9 days. And it's already pregnant, so it's gonna give birth again and produce more milk later. We just gotta make sure that continues, right? Endless supply of milk means an endless supply of milk nutrition. Anyway, storage situation is an abominable mess. Let's get rid of those wattle fences and these flowers. Well, I might be able to use the flowers later for decorating the base. What I really need is just a way better storage situation here. Anyway, I'll put the dirt over here for now. Once we build our house, it's gonna be easy to have an improved storage situation, but until then, we're working with what we got, you know? Let's harvest these parsnips. Oh, they're still not ready yet, eh? Jesus. Okay. Okay. Let's hang up the scythe. That's just about done. So we're gonna need to lay out all of these ingot molds, which we have in the workshop. Yeah, I need to have a clean walking path to the bed. Let's grab our tongs. I'll actually make a second set of tongs for storing in here for now. Oh, fuck it. Yeah, I don't need to. Eventually, we're gonna have our campfires in here in the workshop, in the fireplace. It's just, we're between places right now, you know? The base is always under construction. It's an ongoing thing. Ugh. Let's eat a honeycomb. Top up our fruit nutrition. $6,500 fucking units of tin bronze. It took a long time to smelt all this, dude. We're probably not gonna need another. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah. Deposit the coal. This right here. All of these are gonna give us 10 lanterns. In total, I'll be able to make 30 lanterns out of all of this tin bronze. A lot, buddy. This is like a bulk craft happening right here. Yeah, we have 6,500 units of tin bronze. That's gonna get me, well, 60 ingots is literally 30 plates, which is 30 lanterns. It's perfect, buddy. Fucking perfect. Bulk crafting lanterns. I'll be able to have good lighting all around the base. Okay, there we go. Now I just store this in the fire, and we reheat it later. We're gonna sleep until dawn. Actually, let's, oh God. Right, hang on. There we go. We're gonna leave that in there. We're gonna sleep until all of this hardens. Actually, it is hardening right now. Let's grab it. And then we can pour more, right? It looks like 285 is the cutoff point where it becomes hardened. Beautiful. I'm gonna put another piece of coal in that fire. Okay, now all I have to do is keep this heated up while I sleep a little longer. Okay, wake up. All of this is hardened now. And then we can pour even more, right? Okay. I'm not tired enough to keep sleeping anymore. Which means now it's just like manual waiting. But we made, look at this, right? I already have 40 tin bronze ingots, with 20 coming in right here and 5 still in the crucible. Fucking huge, dude. Extraordinary gains. And while we wait for all that, I can make the lanterns. And I also have to make tin bronze torch holders as well. We need torch holders for the base here. I don't know how many I'm gonna want. Probably 3 or 4 would be a great place to start. All right. Let's get all this lit. I don't know if it creates toxic waste packs. Yeah, I have no idea. Honestly, I feel like with RimWorld, most of the stuff in the game I haven't even touched, you know? I have a lot of hours in it, but that's because I've always played on naked brutality, and I've tried to learn how to stay alive. Like, losing is fun, commitment mode, naked brutality. I recently started playing 500% difficulty, which is hard as fuck. But yeah, most of the mechanics in the game I haven't explored. Because usually when my main character dies, like the character that I started with, that's when I quit. Let's put 1 more coal in there. I love having this much coal. I don't even need to worry about preserving it, dude. We have so much coal. I have over like 1,000 still. Yeah, we did a really good job of that in the early game, and now we don't even have to worry about it. I can sleep a little bit. Okay, get up. Yeah, that stuff's already cooling down, unfortunately. Let's grab all this, pour the rest. We only have to pour 5 more. $6,500 units of tin bronze has been poured into 65 ingots, which we're now processing into plates. Okay. Let's eat. I'm gonna turn down the sound volume. So workable temperature 475 degrees. Current temperature 713. I don't know how far we'll get, but we can easily reheat all of these with 1 forge and 1 piece of fuel. Which I think I might just go ahead and do right now. Yeah. There we go. We reheated all these. Yeah, in order to play on 500%, you have to do crazy shit like kill boxes and all that. And I don't know how the hell Adam handles like drop pod raids at 500%. Shit blows my mind. Or sappers, you know? Basically, getting through 500% requires pure exploitation of the game's mechanics. There's still more coal in there. All right, let's get all this lit. Heat them up. I believe it's, oh. Okay, there. Yeah, it requires 2 tin bronze per torch holder. Normally you can't make tin bronze torch holders, but I have a mod that lets me do it out of every metal, not just brass, right? Okay, all of those are heating up. I'm gonna grab this anvil, and I'll start making those tin bronze torch holders. I need the hammer. Okay. Yeah, the trick to enjoying Vintage Story is to just really relax and enjoy the work. It's endless work, and you're gonna still be working on certain parts of your house during your second year. And you kind of have to get comfortable with the notion that your base is just gonna be an ongoing project for a good long time. It makes it easier if you can sort of conceptualize and package it like that, you know? I'm gonna need a new hammer soon. Okay, that's 2 tin bronze torch holders. Three and 4. Last one, and then I might make myself another iron hammer or 2. All right, there we go. We have our 4 tin bronze torch holders ready. Let's eat. And let's place the tin bronze torch holder in here. Grab these. And while we're working on these plates, I'm going to produce more candles. For that, we just need... we're gonna need a lot more beeswax, actually. All right, let's squeeze some out then. Grab that bucket, take it in here. We'll squeeze out some honeycombs while we're doing the plates. Okay. Now, grab 6 fibers, our dirty pot, put it in the fire. There we go, 6 candles. I think I need 2 peat for that. Light it. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff on the go right now. We're making a shitload of lanterns, buddy. Shitload. I've been sitting on this much bronze for a while, but I've been putting it off. And now we're getting it done. Anyway, that's now a full bucket of honey. We're gonna have to do a barrel of honey. I have a spare barrel right here. We'll just put it right there. Honestly, I'd kind of prefer it if it was in the corner. I'm going to take that, get rid of it. We no longer need a pan for anything. There we go. Deposit the honey in the barrel. Let's grab more honeycombs. Beautiful. Put the bucket down, squeeze out more. Okay. Let's go start a new batch of candles. Okay. Hell yeah, buddy. We got so much work done so far. let's heat these up. Workable temperature is 475 degrees. I need more food. I guess for now, let's just eat a couple of honeycombs, get our fruit nutrition maxed out. I'll go grab more pies and slice them. Okay. He didn't build roofs because he didn't want the drop pods crashing through the roof. Oh my god, that is funny, dude. He ain't wrong. Yeah, it all comes down to like min-maxing the game's systems at that point, doesn't it? I'm gonna make 4 more bronze nails out of this. Yeah. All right. All right. I have to just move this down. All right. So I now have 28 tin bronze plates, 4 tin bronze torch holders, 4 more tin bronze nails. We're working on a bunch of candles. I have 12 candles so far. We're gonna need more. Okay. Eat. Deposit the coal. And our ingot molds. That was a massive work order, but I'm glad we did it. now I can start to lay out lanterns all over the base and have suitable lighting. Okay, put that in the barrel, 20 liters of honey. Not that we'll ever need that much, but let's make more candles. We have 18 candles. I need 10 more. Which means I only need to have 12 honeycombs, but I'll make 20 in total because we're gonna need more in order to... Wait, I'll make 16. We need to seal 4 more crocks of meat stew. Beautiful. Okay. So let's start making those lanterns, buddy. Oh, yeah. Shit, those are still hot, eh? Let's cool them off. $19 tin bronze lanterns. I'm telling you, buddy, we're gonna have all the lanterns we need for the rest of the playthrough. Lighting up our base and whatnot. All right, 4 candles coming in. That's the last batch. Let's deposit the honey. Now I need to go out there and I need to start farming blue clay. We know where there's a lot of it. I can go grab it. Let's... Oh, shit. Not all these parsnips are done. A lot of them are. Just not all of them. Alright, the rye and the spelt are almost done. The flax is growing, albeit extremely fucking slowly. We're gonna water it. Well, 33% growth speed is a hell of a lot better than 28. Yeah, we gotta water this. Gotta make sure it's growing as fast as possible because we are rapidly running out of growing season. Yeah. It's pretty dark over here. Looks like we could use a lantern. Hell yeah. All right. Leave this behind. Right here. Grab the candles. And let's make our remaining lanterns. I'm sitting on 25 lanterns. We're good for the rest of the game. I've never bulk crafted that many lanterns before. That was fucking sick. Okay, the parsnip seeds we'll put right here. 1.5 years on those parsnips, eh? Okay. Hell yeah, buddy. I can make my chiseled fireplace pretty much any time. But I would like to at least go get the blue clay first. Now, I've found 2 blue clay veins. One is down here, one is up there at the peninsula. Doesn't matter which we get when, but that's it. That's all the blue clay that I've found. So, we have a whole bunch of food. I might want another iron shovel. And I'll make a backup iron axe as well. I also need a new hammer and rubble hammer. Fair enough, that's what we're making right now. Hammer, rubble hammer, axe, and shovel. We'll start with the hammer, because we obviously need that first. I got 4 sticks for handles. It is nice to finally have some suitable lighting around base, eh? We can actually fucking see. Like, full-fledged, just see. Alright. Let's place this right here. Try to drive back some of the darkness around here. All right. We're gonna have fancy ass like lamp posts pretty soon. Okay. So, hammer first. There we go. We have our replacement hammer. Now let's make another shovel. Beautiful. Now we need a rubble hammer. Ugh. Got it. Followed by an axe. Beautiful. Okay. Now we go get that blue clay. We got a replacement axe right here. Replacement shovel. Rubble hammer. Okay. The shovel I may as well take with me. Most likely we're going to be using that. Do I run or do I sail? It's far either way. Let's go up to this one, because that one I can sail to pretty quickly. All right. You have a good rest of your day too, Euclid. Thank you for chilling so far, buddy. I'll see you in a little bit. What is that? Is that a forest fire or is that a trader wagon? Okay, that's a trader. Fair enough. Let's eat. So today is Zuzi's first of 2 shifts. After her shift tomorrow, I think she's done for good. Yeah, okay. Hopefully, we're gonna have enough blue clay from these 2 veins to build the entire house. It's pretty easy to amass a significant sum of it. We're coming up on our first blue clay deposit now. Hopefully it's a sizable one. I made sure to bring the reed chest strapped to our back so that we'll have additional carry capacity if required. The blue clay comes all the way out over here. I'd imagine it's got to be a pretty big vein. All right. Let's get started, I guess. I'm gonna want to try to build like a different type of house this time. In the previous series, we built a house where it was kind of like symmetrically circular. It had a second floor patio all the way around the perimeter. This time I'm gonna want to try to do like a more of a standard house where it's like asymmetrical. You got your slanted roof rather than a cone roof like we had last time. And I'm gonna have a patio at the front and the back of the house. I'm thinking maybe even just at the front of the house I'll have the patio. Yeah. We'll see what I can do. I definitely want to try to do things different this time. Like, same materials, because I like the look of the materials, but different shape. Different layout to the house. Even if I did start to run out of inventory space, I can condense this clay by turning it into bricks. The bricks are what we need anyway. So far, so good. 72 times 4 is 144 clay per pillar. And if I need 6 pillars, then I need 864 blue clay. Divide that by 128 for stack size. I need 7 stacks of blue clay, apparently. For the first load, like the first batch. Let's eat. You guys hear about that Canadian tranny who slit his daughter's throat? And also, like, I think stabbed and killed his son? And he got caught and released. Like, he's out on bail right now after slitting his daughter's throat. And, like, 8-year-old girl, 6-year-old boy, I think. And, yeah, that's crazy news. I gotta become a fucking tranny, dude. I'll get away with anything. I'm thinking I might just try to harvest this entire blue clay vein, the entirety of it, right? Like, why pass over any of it? Just take it all home. All right, all of that has been gathered. There's a little border of it over here, but I think that that's it for the vein. We grab all this and we're pretty much done. Okay. Yeah, this entire blue clay vein has been harvested in its entirety. Now we gotta get the hell out of Dodge, head back home, and do what we can with it. Character's getting fucking cold. It's because we're wet. And the temperature's in the minuses. I haven't made my fur clothing yet, but it's getting cold enough where we're probably gonna want to. So we need 7 1/4 stacks. That's the 7. 7 3/4 stacks right there. So this should be the perfect amount right here in order to completely fill up the beehive kiln. Let's get out of the raft. Deposit the ore. Head inside. That doesn't seem right. Oh well, whatever. Clearly something about my math was very off. All right. Now, I can't quite do a completely full batch. Not unless I had 72 raw blue bricks, but we got close enough where I'm okay with it. We're gonna need more peat soil at this point. I'm gonna warm up. And then we gotta go gather some peat. Let's eat. All right, we have plenty of peat soil over here that we can start to gather. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of this. Just activating the beehive kiln requires like 300 peat soil. 300. It's not cheap. You get some of it back at the end, but yeah, it is expensive. Okay. All right, that's enough for now. God, these are growing so slow. Growth stunted due to cold. Well, that sucks. Okay. As long as it finishes in time, that's all I care about. This one's minus 20 hours and 6 minutes. It's weird. It's like it's not even growing, you know? Very that one's 7? Why? That's very strange. I don't know, buddy. I'm worried about whether or not we're even going to get the harvest. We clearly have some glitching out plants here, though, because look at that, right? That was supposed to grow 17 hours ago. Crazy. Hopefully we'll get that last harvest. But I planted late this year, so I kind of knew that we'd have problems, you know? Anyway, let's stack up all of the fuel. Okay. Now that we have all the fuel placed, I just gotta double check here. Beehive kiln. Wait. Cream brick. Okay, raw blue brick. It'll produce cream bricks when no doors are open. And if I look at red clay brick, no doors are open, and it makes tan brick. So we just want to have none of these hatches open. That's it. That's all we need is for no hatches to be open. Keep that door closed, and let's ignite the fuel. Okay. Hello, Butter. Hello, brother. It's good to see you. Okay, it's receiving heat. We need to leave that for 10 hours. When 10 hours passes, it'll all be done. I gotta water this shit again. I don't know why some of these plants aren't progressing, though. I'm gonna save and quit and load back in. We have so many plants that just, they're not advancing to the next stage. And I have no idea why, you know? We have some that are about to be fully grown and others that haven't even gotten to stage 8 out of 9 yet. It's weird. We planted them all at the same time. It's a major discrepancy. Okay. We'll definitely be getting our second round of flax. I just don't know if we'll be getting the whole thing. Some of it's not going to grow properly, right? But that's okay. I only need a little bit of it. We already have our tailored gambus and armor. We already have 16 sails per windmill, so I only need 16 more sails to fully equip all of them. And then we just need a little bit of flax left over for making our sailboat and repairing our tailored gambus and armor. Which, none of that is a hard sell. Like, it's going to be pretty easy to get a quantity conducive to all that. We could lose most of this harvest and still be fine. Alright. The shitty part is that for a sizable portion of the day, we can't really... They don't grow at all for a chunk of the day. Let's put our peat into this box. Okay. We got to make sure we're watering it by day. Yeah. Because the daytime is the only time this shit can even grow. We gotta make sure we're reducing the growth time. Anyway. Yeah, this is going. Let's get some sleep. Wait, do I want to sleep, or will that fuck up the growth of my crops? I have no idea. I think it'll be... Let's check this one right here. So 45 hours. We're gonna go to sleep, and then we're gonna look at it. .24 hours, almost done. 37 hours. So it does update. It does. Almost done. I actually got a lot of parsnips in this playthrough. I barely got any parsnips in the previous playthrough, but it was good in this one. We now have a medium temporal storm approaching. Raw blue brick. Why does it say raw blue? We'll check it at maybe like the 10-hour, 20-minute mark. Oh, okay, so it has to get up to temperature. So there's still 2 hours missing on that task. Fair enough. Anyway, let's make some ashlar bricks. I need a hammer in the offhand, I think. All right. Where the fuck is my sword, huh? Here it is. The crops are no longer growing. It's too cold for them to continue growing, I think. No, there's still growth time on there. Interesting. Good. Cream brick. All right, yeah, we're good. Okay. Let's grab our tongs. Retrieve these bricks, cool them off, and then we can get started on the building. Hello, Seven Sky. Hello, buddy. How are you doing today? Jesus. There we go. Now we just need some mortar. All right. So that's the start of our house, and we might be able to do the entire workshop floor. Temporal Storm in 5 hours. Okay, let's start laying these out. Shit, well, I definitely don't have enough to finish the workshop, but we did get a start on it. All right. So, building the actual house, we'll start that later. Put that here, that one there. Ugh. All right. I'm gonna need more tan bricks, not that many. I can calculate it later. We got a lot of peat left over here for the next batch. I gotta deposit this dirt. More mortar. Granite ashlar. I guess I'll put that in here. And I'm gonna delete these molds, given the fact that we no longer require them for anything. And that'll give us more space for some other shit. This is way more granite ashlar than we even need. So, rand earth. I certainly can't build my house right now while there's rift activity. The monsters are just gonna get in the way too much if I try. So we're not gonna worry about it for now. I may even sleep and instigate the start of this temporal storm. God, our growing season, man, we are so late. I really hope that our flax finishes in time, man. There's no guarantees right now. And you know what I never did? I never made a recurve bow, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna start making one now. We need oak and a saw. Recurve bow staff, there it is. Hang that up. That's a fucking deep slit shiver. Screw that. Alright. Yeah, we'll start building our house very shortly. After this temporal storm, pretty much. Hello, Silent Squatch. How does this compare to Minecraft? Minecraft is very simplistic. This game is very complex. The crafting in this game, like, a kid can't play this game. It has mechanics that are far too deep, intricate, and complicated for a child to comprehend, so I've often taken to calling this game Minecraft for adults. It's like, it demands more of you. It demands more mental resources and comprehension of complex systems. Oh, wow. I can change the block design by just putting it in there? Really? I can make the bricks, like, smaller. Oh, it offsets them. Okay, fair enough. It looks pretty much the same, though. I don't know, man. I like this offset running bond right here. I like that. Yeah, the half offset running bond, I like it. I think I will build my house out of that half offset running bond. Is there anything compared to redstone? Yes, there's mechanical power. You need like windmills and water wheels in order to create mechanical power. Oh yeah, we're getting a lot of stunted flax here, dude. This is rough. Yeah, we started too late. Like, we planted our crops so late in this one. If I can just get the harvest, then I'll be happy. But right now, man, it could go either way. We might end up losing these. That one's almost done. Like, there are certain ones that will finish soon. And you know what? This probably wouldn't be a problem if I had simply watered them more, right? If I had watered them more, then we would have ended up bypassing the 30% growth speed entirely. And we would have like a 60% growth speed all the way till harvest. It was very important that I watered them a lot to make up for lost time, but I failed to do that. I should have been watering them every day. Lesson learned. Anyway, the flax is starting to get fully grown now. Yeah, exactly. Steampunk. Yeah. Well, we had the bear hide, the black bear hide spoil. Well, it is what it is, right? Yeah, I didn't find nearly as much fat this time around. We're good, though. I gotta top up my dairy nutrition now. Let's grab that bucket of milk. There we go. 5 liters gone, 5 liters remain. Fruit nutrition and protein. Fruit nutrition's easy. That's just honey. I'll eat 3 honeycombs. When we get hungry enough. Ow. I better heal up. Jesus. I can't believe that part of the patch notes is they're gonna make boat horns even more annoying than they already are. Apparently they're buffing the boat horn's range management and like how it flees from you and shit. Holy shit. All right, the storm is waning. I honestly agree, Butter. This game changed how I judge games. Like, that's a really good way to word it. It raised my standards to such a significant degree that now other games just don't seem to compare. All right. We will be able to harvest some of the flax soon, just goddamn man, not soon enough. It's rough out here. Yeah, this is a very close harvest. I'm nervous about it, buddy. I'm really fucking nervous about it. We do still have a little bit of grow season left, but it's short. We don't have long, right? Deposit the arrows. And then we have a temporal gear as well. All right, we need to go get potentially more cream bricks. Let's begin the house conversion, I suppose. All right, I kind of have an idea for how I'm gonna build this. Do I want to do like an ashlar brick cellar? I don't know. I need to figure out where to start building. First and foremost, I need a start point. Let's make some of these. Yeah, grab the ashlar blocks. Grab the mortar. Okay. Yeah, let's get rid of all these walls, at least the vast majority of them. I will have to worry about the tool racks dumping their payload, so I might even craft a new storage chest real quick. We have the nails. Let's make 2, in fact. Okay. I didn't make any large storage trunks, so I'm still able to move these chests at will. I have to hang up the bow staff, though. Otherwise, it'll take too long to dry, so we're just gonna leave it, like, right here for now. I have to leave the cellar intact. At the very least, the cellar has to remain, right? The rest can go. Let's eat. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna be using these ashlar blocks. I have no clue. We made them, and we can try to use them. I wonder what my cellar looked like in the previous series. Let me get a look at that. This one. We actually didn't even use any ashlar bricks for the fireplace, interestingly enough. We made it out of cobbles. What does the cellar... what's it made of? I need to find cellar footage. Which is really hard to do when your streams are this long, actually. It looks like my cellar's made out of cobblestone, so I would have connected it with kind of like similar blocks. But maybe I could do the house and the cellar as separate things. Kind of as like a bridge between the house and the windmill. Maybe. I don't even want these fucking bear heads, but I guess for now I'll just deposit them in here. Okay. All right. So let's say that I do want to have a cellar. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. The other house was like, you know, all the building was organic. We accomplished things very well. So what? This is the warmest time of the day right here. I have mature flax right here. We're gonna harvest that. It's a reduced yield, but I'm gonna want to start checking periodically for mature flax. Not likely to find too much of it, but perhaps more by the day. Yeah, we need every fucking flax plant that we can get. Honestly, the prospect of getting a full harvest, probably not gonna happen. We might have some of it die, but we're gonna try to get as much of it as we can. It keeps it fresh though. You know how long it's been since I haven't gotten 2 comfortable full harvests of flax? It's been a long time. It's because we spent so fucking long looking for the bees in this playthrough. We were looking for bees for like a solid in-game week. And I got all my crops put down late. And I didn't water these enough. Had I been watering them earlier on, we would be fine right now. Okay. The pantograph does not need to be in my offhand. I gotta deposit it in there. Same with the hammer. All right. Okay. Always looking for extra arrows. All right. Let's eat. So 1, 2, 1, 2 corner. Okay. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Interior space, maybe less. Maybe less. I could do a like a 5 by 3 interior space. Let's move this chest out of the way. I think we're just gonna consistently get harassed all night, which I suppose is fine. Like, we'll just deal with it. Let's eat that honey. Our fruit nutrition is just about maxed out. Protein is lagging behind, but we can deal with that. Let's take our worst condition meat. That would be the 70 crock pot right here. Grab a bowl. And let's start eating that shit. Okay. It looks like you might actually be able to stop water from freezing by placing dry grass underneath, which is interesting. All right. Okay. All right. So those dimensions will do just fine for our cellar. Yeah, never a bad time to farm for some free arrows, I suppose. All right. So we're gonna seal this up and we're gonna move the contents of our cellar over here. For now, we're just gonna do that standard stone roof. I will have to make more ashlar blocks, which is easy enough. Okay. Yeah, everything is always temporary. Always a work in progress. Yeah, we gotta start moving all this cellar shit in there. All right. Best part about this playthrough, we're not going to waste time with cheese production. Oh, that was such a disappointment at the end of the last playthrough. I remember, yeah, the cheese is pointless, buddy. There's literally no good reason to make cheese. It's crazy. It's completely useless. All right, let's eat this, get some protein nutrition back. I don't necessarily think I want that to be flush up against it. I'm not really sure. Like, I could extend this ashlar block wall and connect them. I just feel ambivalent about it, you know? Anyway, we have to actually start building the house now. Put that right here. Got some lighting. I have no idea how we're gonna build it, though. We're gonna have to figure that out as we go. Okay. Why does that happen? All right. It's the grass. Yeah, it's the grass. Kind of fucks up your placement sometimes. Anyway, I'm gonna place a lantern right there so I have light to work by. We also need some dirt. I gotta kill this fucking interloper over here trying to stop me from getting shit done. No shortage of interlopers here. All right. I could have a modest, smaller house. 2 stories, of course. All right. Yeah, we'll do a smaller house, but we're gonna do it multi-story. Yeah, we have to switch it up. Playthrough to playthrough, we have to switch it up, right? So that's exactly what we're doing. I'm gonna have to warm up here shortly. We're gonna need more of these large tan bricks. I don't know how many more. I don't have that much more red clay. I need mortar. So that makes 32 red bricks. Tan brick. So every 8 bricks gets you 4 large tan bricks. Let's count how many I need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14. Which means I need 28 bricks in total. Yeah. However, even though it's a conversion rate of half, like, it needs to be a multiple of 8. So I need actually 4 more. Alright. That's enough to finish this right here. Let's move this shit over. We're gonna need the doors. I'm not sure how I want this all laid out. Not really, not yet. I may even endeavor to not even use the granite ashlar blocks. And just connect those via hallway like that. It would necessitate a more interesting roof design, which I don't know how I would handle yet. Let's grab some planks, which are over here. Then I need our hammer. Okay. We're gonna need a more insulated space here soon, but honestly, in the interest of warming up, I have to build a temporary campfire somewhere. So let's grab that. Some wood. Where's my wood, huh? I have no clue. Right here. And then I need a little bit of peat. Yeah, let's warm up. Oh. Yeah, we're getting warmer. All right. Where the hell would we put our staircase, right? We will need one. I could do a central spiral staircase. I'm gonna put this right here. Move the honey. Right there. These are our tools, which I could just hang up now, again. Okay, QP's chisel. Put the pantograph right there. Prospecting pick. Scythe. Right? Two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8. Probably gonna want to widen that wall later. We're not gonna worry about it now. I need a makeshift roof in here. I may as well use normal dirt for that. Because this stuff takes longer to harvest and get out of the way. Yeah, when I can be in this room without freezing all the time, it'll be a lot easier to get things done. Which, that time is now. Alright. Alright. Where do I have these arrows? Right here. Shitload of rammed earth. We gotta hang up the saw. Put the gates right there for tower defense during a temporal storm. Okay. Yeah, this is just a temporary measure. The lighting. I'm not really too worried about the lighting in here. Let's place these down. And let's check on things. I mean, these haven't really grown at all. And right now they have frosted tips, so I can't really tell which ones are harvestable and which ones are not. Let's get a little bit of sleep until it warms up to enough of a temperature where they can grow. Yeah, I think we're just gonna convert this to cream bricks. But we gotta do it quick, given the fact that this is our cellar and we don't want our food to spoil too fast. I'm gonna make myself a little path out here to grab the blocks. That can be a roof made out of dirt for now. Yeah, for now. Unless I have enough, then I suppose I'll just do it. Okay, the greenhouse effect is there. All right, we have an insulated space. We're gonna need to do like a staircase and everything, but I do think I'm going to be stopping here pretty soon. Just for a while, just take a break for the night, you know? It is nice that we're finally building the house though, like we can get the direct work done. Let's place these down. I'm gonna put like base building blocks together. We'll also put the mortar in there. Let's eat. Hello, Luminox. Man, this sucks. I want to harvest more of my flax, but it's all fucking barely growing. Let's get some sleep real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna sleep the day away, and then we'll see how much of the flax is done. I'm so worried about the harvest of our second flax, dude. All right, darker tips, come on. Show me those darker tips. Yeah, buddy. That's what I'm talking about. We need mature flax. Mature flax and ladies, that's right. If they don't sag, you got no reason to brag. Mature flax. All right, I am very happy with the amount of flax that we're harvesting. The plants are damaged, but I'm just really glad that they're actually growing and finishing, and that we might end up getting a whole bunch of them, perhaps even all of them. All right. This field's looking even better. Okay. Yeah, so far so good. One more day and we might be able to harvest like the vast majority of this. Are there any more over here that have become harvestable in the time that I've been gone? Not that I can see. All right, let's get inside. Okay. That's half as much as I need, I think, for the sales that we need. There we go. Let's deposit these. Grab some sticks. All right, and with that, I'll be able to finish my windmills entirely. They'll have enough sales. Let's head up there. All right. We're gonna have to widen these a little bit because as you can see, our sails are like intersecting, but that's no problem. Yeah, we can widen this pretty easily. Anyway, we now have more sail power output. Like I said, we just have to make sure that we widen this a little bit. Yeah, it won't take much. When we have some cobblestone, we can do it. But we have all the sails that we need. All of the linen that we get now is gonna have to go toward our sailboat. Given the fact that we're already wearing the armor that we need. God, I had the weirdest fucking dream last night, dude. Like, it's coming back to me now. I couldn't remember what I was dreaming after I woke up, but I was actually dreaming that I was farming a lot of chickens and getting a fuck ton of eggs and just making meals out of eggs. I literally dreamed about Vintage Story, for fuck's sake. Like, I have a problem. All right, we're getting a good amount of rot here. Deposit the grain. Where do I have the seeds? Right here. So, can I get any more milk from that female goat? All right, vegetables on the left. Yeah. Where's our milk bucket? Right here. I'm gonna drink all that. Okay. The female is still lactating. Why won't it stand still? Well, it's because they're all clustered up. I need to split up the animals and make it so they're not running together. Oh wow, we actually have 2 males now. That means I can kill one. Is it really a problem though? Is what a problem? Flax? Oh, you mean the sails intersecting? No, it's not like a tremendous issue, but it is something I'm gonna want to deal with for my own peace of mind. All right, we got the milk. That's gonna last a long time in cold storage. All right, very good. Fruit and protein nutrition are required. Let's eat this. And the fruit's easy, that's just a couple of honeycombs. Okay. I am gonna have to reorganize my storage here, but we'll do it after. Right now, I still don't really know the forever place for everything. And we're definitely not keeping these as regular wooden chests. Like, we are gonna be changing those. I have to get more blue clay and red clay, though. The red clay maybe not, but the blue clay certainly, and I have to finish this workshop floor. I have to build and chisel my fireplace. It's easy to forget that it's already November, right? Like, it's early in the game still. Very early. I keep on feeling like I'm lagging behind and not getting things done fast enough, but I think that that's more so just like, I'm used to living in a house that I spent 2 or 3 years building. And now it just feels like everything is lagging behind because of that, right? When really, in actual fact, I'm making extraordinary time. It's not even fucking December, you know? Anyway, we're gonna go to sleep. Okay, making more compost. Christ, where the hell are my seeds? Over here. Yeah, I gotta reorganize the storage. Move shit around. All right. We'll check this at the end of the day and see how much of it has matured. It's getting warmer right now. Yeah, I have to build a staircase that leads up to a second floor. And I'm gonna do the floor in here out of oak slabs, which I think we have some oak slabs left over from when we did our greenhouse. Yeah, we do. We're gonna lock these into a horizontal orientation. All right. I made extra slabs because we will have to work on the second floor at some point, right? And that's going to be made out of these slabs too. Anyway, move this up here, grab that, place it down. All right. I'm pretty sure that having wooden floors does not adversely affect things in your cellar. Okay. Meat, honey, and meals. Regular edible shit that we are going through. Okay. So 1 year vegetables, 2 year vegetables, like, yeah, that should do. Or, we have all the flour right there. And all the vegetables we're gonna use first, right here. 1.8 years. 1.6, those are 2 years, 1.6, 1.8. I guess I'll just group all the 1.8s together. Everything below that, you know, we can use up. God damn. I guess it doesn't have to matter too much. Let's just group like with like and forget about it. Yeah. Okay. Put these in here. .3 years. Those are actually a contender for next use. So right here with the turnips. And the flax. I don't really care about the flax. We're gonna put the flax right here. And then we're gonna move those vegetables there. Although I suppose I could just leave these here. Yeah, we have flour right there, and then veggies right here. The baking supplies, you know? And then I still have another container here. We may want to have more grain storage after. Let's eat. I'm gonna put the flax over there. And then this is gonna be grain storage. I have a spare vessel that I don't need to use. And I am currently missing my blade again. Where the hell did I put it, huh? It's fucking around here somewhere. There it is. All right, gotta eat a little protein. Good. Let's water the plants. A little bit of growth speed now will make all the difference. These should all be grown now. They're basically at that, they're in that weird phase where it says minus hours until they're grown. I don't know why that happens. It's kind of bullshit, you know? Like it should be faithful to the time listed. All right. Let's drop the watering can. Yep. Get some sleep. Try to, you know, pass time on the growth of the plants. Maybe we could harvest a bunch the moment that we wake up. Have I tried Grounded 2 yet? Yeah, I've tried it, buddy. I've tried it. It's hard as fuck. It's really, really hard. It's way harder than the first Grounded. All right, let's go see. We do have some mature flax. Not as much as I was hoping for, but... But with our sails completely done, all I need to worry about is building the sailboat. Yeah, with our windmill completely done, all I have to do is worry about the sailboat now. We have some grown spelt here as well. And weather resilient though it is, even the spelt is damaged due to the cold. Yeah, it's how late our fucking harvest was. Will yield only 50% of produce due to cold damage. Fucking rough, buddy. Okay. Yeah, we're getting a little bit more flax every day. It's a precarious position, but all the plants should be grown by now, right? It's like overtime growth at this point, so we're just hoping that they'll cross that finish line and be done. Let's check on the rye. The rye doesn't even have any frost damage yet. It's an impressive crop for cold resilience. Same with parsnips. Okay, that'll do for now. We've harvested what we could to the extent that we were able. Seeds are over here. I'll get rid of these. Convert them into soil. Let's go deposit. $123 more flax fibers. Not bad. Far from ideal, but not bad. Sailboat. Well, maybe I should get started on trying to build the sailboat. All right. Well, we need rollers. I need 5 rollers, which is just firewood. We have firewood in here. We have 4 firewood in here. Let's grab the peat. That doesn't belong in there. Where's our fire fuel? Well, like, we have the peat right here. But we do have firewood somewhere, right? Yeah, right here. Okay, we have the 5 rollers. How do I do this? Well, I don't want to get too far away. We'll try to place it around here somewhere. Let's try that. Let's eat. Okay, we were able to place the rollers. Now I need firewood and regular wood. We're gonna be making an oak boat. Gotta get those free arrows, buddy. I need those swingy wingy thingies. What the fuck are those swingy wingy thingies? The testicle battering rams. Well, let's take a look. Plum and squares, so I need 2 of those. 4 sticks. Any type of stone, it looks like, and flax twine. So, flax twine, sticks, and stone. I think we have a few pieces of granite stone, don't we? Yeah, right here. Okay, we have those. I don't get it. What's going on here? Oh, there we go. Okay. I need more planks. Certainly no shortage of that. Let's grab... I do have a spare axe over here. We'll continue to use this one. Wait. Saw. I need a saw. Yeah, grab that. We're gonna have to make more planks. Okay. Okay, now we need support beams, which I believe is a hammer, an axe, and a saw, in order to get all the required components. How many do I need? Because it's 3 per. Okay, so I need 5 logs worth. And then we use a saw on those. What the fuck? I guess I need 14 again, huh? Fair enough. Now we need more planks. And then even more of those. Even more. Okay, now I need 17 ropes. Easy peasy on the ropes. I have a shitload of cattails. There we go. I made a whole bunch. Now I need 10 ropes and 21 cloth. That's the hard part. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that, you know? God, I can only make 10 right now. Oh, that sucks. All right. It'll be the world's greatest buzzkill if I can't end up making this. Anyway, let's grab that. Yeah, I need 21 linen normal stitches. I need all of this to grow. Let's get some sleep. Like, there's a lot of flax here. The problem is, it just won't fucking grow, right? Like, this was supposed to be grown 48 hours ago. It's fucking insane, buddy. I got no idea why it's happening, but we have another day here to try and figure it out. Maybe after one more game day, we'll be able to harvest all that. We better fucking hope so. I'm gonna make some path blocks now. Over here. Yeah, that shit. I don't need many, but I do need some path slabs. Which is dirt in the middle, stones on the side. Okay. That might be enough right there. All right, I got rid of most of our dirt in exchange for pathing blocks, and we can begin to lay those out around the base to create paths. Walking paths that I'll be faster on. I'm so worried that we might not even be able to build the sailboat. That'd be such a buzzkill, dude. I mean, if all of this would grow, then we'd be fine, right? But look at this. 31 hours ago, it was supposed to be grown. 39 hours ago, 29 hours ago, 32 hours ago, 60 hours ago, that was supposed to be grown. Fucking insanity, buddy. Like, it's stupid. That shouldn't be a mechanic. It should not be. It should simply grow when it says it's gonna grow. Let's eat. As long as I can make the sailboat, buddy, I'll be happy. Yeah, that's the main goal, is getting your windmill fully done and a sailboat on top of that. If you can accomplish those two things, you've had a successful first year. Let's fucking hope so. Not tired enough to sleep. There is a lot of flax left. If it can just grow, then we'll be fine, right? But we need it to fucking grow. That's the main thing. Okay. Now for the very tense waiting game. Where is it, huh? Here it is. Come on, buddy. Come on, little guys. I just need you to be competent. Baseline competence is all I ask. Cross that finish line. Like a man playing women's sports, you have the power. Come on. Well, I mean, we'll find out when we sleep. It really sucks that I just can't get it to cross the fucking finish line of grown, though. That's the shitty part, right? I'm waiting until I'm tired enough to sleep again. I want to go get the blue clay, but I'd rather sail down there to get it. I might have to bite the bullet and just go. I have 5 slices of pie lasting 21 hours, not that long. Okay, the suspense is killing me. I gotta go. I'm gonna go down there and I'm gonna try to harvest that. Oh, man. Yeah, the suspense is nuts. Until it says -5 here, that's not going to start growing. That's our window. That's our window to potentially get some of this grown. I don't even want to leave. And for some reason, it gets colder the more south I go. You notice that? Weird. This is so uncomfortably tense. Can I sleep now that it's noon? No. Yeah, I'm wondering why traveling south is making it colder. That's weird, because over here by my house, it's literally like -4.9, but over there by the gardens, it's like -7. It's weird. Okay, I'm able to sleep. Oh my god, I'm actually worried we're not getting this. Like, it won't grow. You know, I got one. I got fucking one. And it's because of the strange temperature problem. Like, for some, when you go south, it's supposed to get hotter, not colder. What the fuck's happening here? Shut up. You don't get to be hungry, you're a bitch. All right. Growing flax, growing flax, growing flax, growing flax. This is so stupid. This stuff should have been grown already. And now we're just sort of paying the price for what can only be described by me as a glitch. It doesn't seem appropriate that it would, the countdown would finish, and then it would just, well, not finish, you know what I mean? Like, as far as why it's colder over here than it is over there, I have no fucking idea, but that's what's boning us right now. That's what's stopping us from getting enough. All right, well, you know what? I don't really care much about having integrity right now, because the whole point to this playthrough is just farming clips. So I'm going to, I'm literally just gonna cheat. I'm gonna use the creative mode to get linen with normal stitches. I think we need like 11 more of it. Yeah, I don't care enough, right? This series is just all about getting clips. Yeah, no integrity, no honor, not today. There will be time for that. I had a cold shower today anyway. I'm already winning. Okay, there we go. We got it. We got our sailboat, boys. Oh, yes. Beautiful. How do I, deconstruct? Yeah, how do I get rid of this? I don't get it. Oh, okay, control click. I'm just gonna delete those. Yeah, we have our oak sailboat now. Let's see here, let's eat this. Get our fruit nutrition topped up. Well, I just have no respect for a mechanic where it's like, okay, there's 10 minutes before your crop is fully grown. Okay, your crop was supposed to be grown half an hour ago. Okay, your crop was supposed to be grown 52 hours ago. Like, I'm not gonna fucking, I'm not gonna take that at face value, right? By rights, I should have had a second harvest. Yeah, I mean, we did harvest most of it. We planted it all at the same time. So how is it that we got this checkerboard of harvests? Right? Like how? How did we get this random ass checkerboard of harvests like that when we planted it all at the same time? It just doesn't make sense. It's manipulative, it's deceitful, and I have no shame about cheating to fix it. It's a game design flaw. It's beneath me. All right, now that we have this, we are gonna go harvest all of that blue clay. Shit. I wanna, hang on. Let's attach a lantern. I wanna make sure I get in without getting soaking wet. That could be a problem. So now that we have the sailboat, we can fucking fly, buddy. Like straight up fly through here. This is nice. Okay, let's enjoy it. Yeah, there was no way I was gonna let myself play without this luxury. There was never a chance. It's not my fault farming is broken anyway. See how fast that is? Of course I wanted this, dude. This is what power looks like. All right, here we are. I'm gonna have to light a fire, unfortunately, because my character was dumb enough to jump out of the boat into the water instead of getting on land. But we can manage. Unfortunately, a lot of this is buried beneath sand, which is gonna complicate gathering it. Okay. Yeah, let's get everything we need to light a fire. We don't need much. Let's cut this down. Grab some dry grass. Make some firewood. All right. Hello, Tommy Reed. Hello, how are you doing, buddy? I will eventually need this sand when I have to make more mortar. So I suppose we may as well just take it. I gotta sit by the fire here. Oh. 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 I gotta try to reach 37 degrees of warmth. Okay, we're sufficiently warmed up. Let's continue. I'm gonna need more red clay too, so we're gonna grab some of that on the way home also. I'll get all that other shit dead last, because the water's gonna come rushing in when I grab it. We are gonna get soaking wet. All right, let's grab it. Seal it off. All right. I'm fucking pissed that I had to resort to using the creative menu to finish my sailboat. It shouldn't have been the case. Like, I didn't deserve to have done that. Because really, right? Like, my crops should have been grown several days ago. And for some reason, some of them crossed that finish line and others didn't. Seems really underhanded and stupid. There's no consistency to it at all. Anyway, that might be the only blue clay that there is here. I think I got pretty much all of it. So we're gonna take this back home. Let's remove that map marker. And we have some red clay here, some right there. We're gonna sail over there to that. Shit, we're getting a lot of ice built up here. That's another thing. That's another thing. Fuck this game for how ice only grows when you're around the area. You know what I mean? For some reason, ice only grows if you're there. And literally, while I was here grabbing that shit, all of this ice started forming around me. Yeah, you know what? That's another game flaw that I shouldn't have to deal with. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab my lantern, shift, detach. I'm gonna get out. I kinda can't. Fuck, I was gonna get out and just build a new sail, like use creative mode to get a new sailboat. All right, yeah, this is fucking retarded. Let me out of here. I literally have to break ice to get my boat out of there because it grew around me while we were here. That's so retarded, dude. Suddenly I'm not that excited for the next update anymore. Like, I mean, this is still gonna be a thing, so. All right, get me the fuck out of here. Let's go. Oh, a new ice block spontaneously just showed up. All right. Good God. And more ice is generating by the second, too. This is fucked. Absolute fucking insanity. No wonder people are still playing Minecraft. Now I'm basically gonna be freezing on the way home. I was completely warm when we started trying to leave, but now, of course, right? Any fucking way. I have fire fuel, so we're gonna sail around this peninsula and we're gonna go to that, or yeah, I have fire fuel. We're gonna go to that red clay area. I'm doing okay, Tommy. I'm kind of pissed from one Tom to another. I'm pissed. The game's fucking with me today. But you know what? I'm alive. No matter how shitty the game is at times, my life is good, and I'm fucking grateful for it. That's right, every day above ground is a blessing. Even when you're paying for a stupid video game's stupid inadequacies, life is good. It's a treat, it's a privilege, I'm happy to be alive. And maybe one day, the shit that griefs me in Vintage Story will no longer grief me in Vintage Story, because they'll fucking fix it. Yeah, that's one problem I have with these devs. They're just kind of full of shit. Yeah, what do I mean by that? What do I mean when I say that these devs are full of shit? I'm actually gonna go on a 2-minute tangent to show you guys exactly what I mean, all right? All right, let's get out of here. I have to obviously start a fire, otherwise I'm just gonna freeze to death. Yeah, put that down. All right, so what do I mean when I say that these devs are completely full of shit? This is what I mean, all right? You scroll down here, held to high standards. Oh, it's available for purchase on the Humble store. Oh, see, and then they brag about all this shit. Fair and independent, no marketplace, no loot boxes, no microtransactions, no like, blah, 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 blah. No empty promises, no third-party interests, no blockchain, no public, like, you know, handmade. And right, like they have all this, they basically advertise that their shit is made of gold, right? But let's be real. I'm gonna make a case for why this is like full of shit, okay? The fact that they haven't put their game on Steam means that they're not held accountable to any standards whatsoever. There's no reviews for the game, right? There's no roadmap that they have to adhere to. They can literally fuck the dog and spend a year making one update if they want to. You know? That's my case for why they're full of shit. They're full of shit because they're not held to any standards. And the result is basically that you end up with a game where ice only loads when you're in the area, snow only generates when you're in the area, right? Crops don't grow for whatever reason, arbitrary reasons. Yeah, it's weird. Oh, this crop was supposed to be grown 60 hours ago? Well, I guess I'll just fucking take it in the ass then. Yeah, it's not like I need the crop or anything. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. Today's that day. Today's that day, boys. I'm gonna chew out the devs. Yeah, I think it's pathetic that their game isn't on Steam. You know why? Because they're pussies. They're pussies and they don't want accountability. Yeah, that's right. That's it. The devs are pussies for Vintage Story. It's an amazing game. It is the gold standard by which I judge every other game, but you know what? The devs are fucking pussies. All right? They're trans men and women's sports. That's all it is. Fucking right. And they toot their own horn too much, considering the fact that they have no review system, they have no roadmap mandate. Like, if a game is published to Steam, Steam actually has rules and regulations for developers now. Recent thing came out last year, where if you have an early access game on Steam, you need to have a clearly legible roadmap with dates for planned releases. And if you fail to meet the deadlines listed, then you will actually be liable to refund the game. Yeah, if you don't adhere to the roadmap that you set out, then you have to allow people to get refunds, even if they exceed the regular refund thresholds, right? So we gotta be real and we gotta admit that the only reason why Vintage Story is not on Steam is because they don't want to have to do that. They want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to be able to take 8 months per update, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. I love the game. It is the gold standard, and I hold every other game against this standard. I measure it. But the devs are shitty. The devs are pretty shitty. Okay, when was this game first released? When was Vintage Story first released? When was like the first playable version? 2016. So this game has been in development for 10 years and it's still in early access, right? Yeah, the initial playable release was September 4th, 2016. So late 2016, not quite a decade. Not quite a decade. Yeah, And you wanna know what my strongest case is? I'm gonna show you what my strongest case is. The Fun Pimps. They're the same thing, okay? 7 Days to Die, I'm pretty sure, came out around that same timeline, maybe 2013, 2014. And here. When was 7 Days to Die first released? 2013, okay? 3 years before this. Except 7 Days to Die was released on Steam. And over the course of 7 Days to Die's long and storied history, it has been review bombed. It has gone from mostly positive to mostly negative or mixed reviews. And the devs have actually, they have decided recently to completely gut the game and change it because of player feedback. Now, the question is, where's the feedback for Vintage Story? Where's that safeguard against developer apathy? There isn't one. And that is the ultimate downfall of Vintage Story. That is my negative criticism of it. Everything in the game, I love. But there are obvious holes in the game's development that come from the fact that it's not on Steam, there's no review system, and there's no accountability that the developers have to adhere to, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. I'm allowed to love something and also know exactly what's wrong with it and voice it, right? That's exactly what's wrong with Vintage Story. And it's crazy how you go to the Vintage Story website, right? And all the devs do is absolutely glaze themselves. Look at all the reasons why you should love us and our game. That's literally what the main page tells you when you hop in there. Never mind the lack of a roadmap, never mind the lack of accountability, never mind the lack of a review system. It's just, this is why you should love us. It's literally like a narcissistic development message, you know? We're perfect. Our shit's made of gold. Like that's how it comes across. Look at this. Ice spawned inside my boat. Like, what are we talking about here? All right, let's get home. Yeah, it's crazy, buddy. It's crazy to think about. I love Vintage Story, but the fact that ice is growing around my boat while it's in the shore, that's annoying. And the fact that a crop can be listed as fully grown, and then 60 hours passes and it still doesn't grow, that is dumb fucking shit. That is dumb, annoying fucking shit. And it has no place in a quote-unquote good game. None. And now I have to wonder, when the ice grows around here, like, will I even be able to get my boat out of there, right? Oh, I'm not looking forward to it. Anyway, let's make more of these bricks. $72, that's a full stack. Now we're just gonna make a bunch of these blue clay bricks. Let's eat. Anyway, unfortunately, that's it. We have no more blue clay available, so we're gonna have to hope that I can build the entire house with what we currently have. All right, let's grab the peat soil and let's get that ready. Yeah, there's like, this is crazy, right? I'm gonna show you something, guys, so you get an idea of why I'm so pissed off. Let me grab some of these pie slices first, though. Let's eat. Yeah, I'm gonna show you something, right? So, minus 4.3. With the greenhouse bonus, you know that my crops should be growing right now, right? Wrong. Because for some reason, here's the really, really weird part. It's supposed to get colder the higher you get, but when I decrease in altitude and run south, again, it's supposed to get hotter when you go south, not colder. Watch this. I'm gonna run over there, it's gonna get colder. See that? 4.9, 5.4. The further south I go, the colder it gets. Why? Right? Why is that the case? What's happening here? Something doesn't add up. I mean, I lost the majority of the flax harvest because of this weird arbitrary shit. It's irritating. All right, get the firewood. Put the flint down. Three cream bricks right there. All right. Yeah, let's get this lit. I'm hoping that, like, over the course of the day, a bunch of those plants will end up growing. But it's honestly, it blows my mind that we can have a viable, valid growing temperature, and none of this grown flax enters the 8th stage. It's minus 4.6 in here right now, which means that technically it's above 0 because it's a greenhouse. The greenhouse is 5 degrees hotter. So my question I pose to you guys is, why does this say that it's been grown for 76 hours and it won't become growth stage 9 if it's over 0 degrees, right? Why do I have to cheat? Why is it requisite that I cheat when by rights I should have been able to cross that finish line? That's exactly it, buddy. That's exactly it. I could have watered these crops more. And see, this one grew. What separates that one from the rest, right? I could have watered the plants more, but I shouldn't have had to. These should be grown. It's immensely frustrating. Immensely, buddy. Pisses me off to no end. It's immersion breaking when you have to cheat to fix a problem like that, you know? Anyway, let's get this lit. It's receiving heat. All right. Anyway, I generated 11 linen cloth for myself. So we're gonna see if by the end of this, like, depending on how many I harvest, we're gonna see if I can get 11 cloth crafted out of it. But really, it all depends on whether or not the game simply decides to follow its own rules and allow the crops that have finished their timers to sufficiently grow for harvest. And that blows my fucking mind, buddy. It really blows my mind. It's a shitty look for an otherwise great game. Just like ice growing around your boat. It's weird. It doesn't make sense. Ice should grow everywhere in the world, independent of whether or not you're currently there. These are back-end calculations that are very easy to happen. But that's the source of what disdain I have for the game. There's very few sources of disdain in me for this game. The actual game is extraordinary, but it's held back by relatively apathetic developers. And that's always been my problem with it. Anyway, I have to kill one of these males. That's a female. We got 2 males right here. Generation 1. Okay. Yeah, we'll keep that Generation 1 male, I suppose. I got 2 pieces of fat and 12 meat. See, we come in here, we get a couple more mature flax. And I have to wonder, like, would more of them be grown if I wasn't sleeping? Thinking that I was speeding it up, right? God, look at this one. 95 hours it's been grown. And yet it hasn't crossed that finish line. That is so cheap. And I feel guiltless about using creative. That is bullshit. That's flagrant lying. It's straight up just lying. There's no point to the interface, to the growth timer, because it is deceptive. Okay. We're getting the remainder of the bricks that we need to finish the construction of our workshop. Let's deposit the fat right here. We got bones for right there. Seeds. Some meat. And I could use more protein at this stage. Beautiful. It's topped up, just like that. Fucking crazy, buddy. I can't believe it, right? Like a whole day goes by, and there's a shitload of time where it's warm enough for these crops to grow, and yet they do not cross that finish line. It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. I truly can't emphasize this enough. I have zero guilt about cheating. Because in my mind, I'm not cutting corners. I'm fixing a glitch, right? Such a dirty fucking look for the game. There have been plenty of times where it's been a dirty look for me, and I mistakenly believe it's a dirty look for the game. But observing this right now, as we have been for several days, I feel vindication. I don't have that twinge of doubt in my mind where it's like, well, maybe it's a skill issue. The only twinge that I have in that regard is that I should have been watering the crops more. But, by rights, with the minimal amount that I watered them, we still should have been able to make it. 100%. We should have been able to make it. It's a damn shame, too. Is it with the checkered ceiling? No, the checkered ceiling is fine. Yeah, we have the icon indicating that this is a viable greenhouse. It's up here. The checkered ceiling works because it's 50% glass. God, that's crazy. I'm just gonna get rid of these, honestly. I am completely okay with the fact that we cheated to get it done. Actually, I'm gonna let those die. Yeah, I need to let them die because we're not gonna get a seed back from every single one unless we do. Yeah, fucking absurd, buddy. Absurd. Anyway, we're gonna get these bricks. I'm gonna finish the workshop floor, and then we're probably gonna stop for the day. Let's grab some of these cream bricks right here. I'm thinking I'm gonna finish building like a little connector hallway leading into the workshop. Maybe. I was thinking about having a path leading to a beehive kiln out here. Like, I was thinking about having our steelworks over here and our beehive kiln, right? It could work. Theoretically, it could work. I don't know yet, though. Like, I don't know yet. Yeah, I could have access to my steelworking and beehive kiln over here, theoretically. Just add a door, right? Okay. Grab the slabs. Yeah, we don't even need to close the doors, really. Like, we could just leave that open. The doors serve the purpose of making sure that this place counts as being, like, a closed greenhouse. Closing the doors doesn't make enough of a difference on the parish speed to justify it, as long as we have good throughput in the area. Okay. Working on it. Let's get a little bit of sleep. Okay, those are done. Let's eat. I can grab these without tongs, as long as they don't go on my tool belt and I don't put them in my hand. You have 180 mods on the server? Jesus. We're gonna need a little bit of water to cool this stuff down. I suppose I could just move water into here somewhere. Doesn't matter where right now. I'll put the water right here. All right. So, let's finish this floor. Grab the mortar. Deposit. And now we can finish the floor. There it is. Yeah, it's done. We need to change these to 1/2 offset. That's the one I prefer. All right. I may not keep this here, the little hallway. Honestly, like I might just remove that. Which means I don't need this door. And then we can move this stuff back where it needs to be. All right. Yeah, we'll leave this open and I'll do like a double wide path here or something. Okay, so we got the floors done. We built a large portion of the windmill. I'm gonna switch over the mechanical power. We got started on building our house with the cream bricks. We built the beehive kiln, and we're currently in the process of using it. We can relocate it at will. We don't need to keep it where it currently is. Let's grab this, start grinding it down. And in the next episode, we're gonna want to do our fireplace, where we're gonna be cooking all of our food. Yeah, that's what's gotta happen. Anyway, let's deposit the peat leftovers here. I have a couple of spare doors. Let's eat. I've divvied these things up, so we now have a little bit more space in there. Horizontal lock, place those here. Right on, right on. You gotta connect. You got a connection in the biz. I can't believe it. It's such a tragedy with this flax, dude. Such a tragedy. It should have grown. It should have been grown. So much of it should have been. It's insulting. Anyway, I like the look of that. We're gonna build the second story and the roof tomorrow. Yeah, I do like that. We can work some magic with this for sure, buddy. Like 100% we can. In fact, I could change the roof right now to the slab roof that we're gonna want. I think I will do that. A good note to end things on, you know? Okay. Let's begin. We'll chisel ourselves sort of like a nice staircase in the next episode. Make the horizontal only. Okay. So we have our first, like, actual house room done. I'm gonna need to make a staircase. I'm thinking we just do a simple spiral staircase right here. Right? Or... Yeah, we could just do a spiral, but we're gonna do that, like, chisel the shit out of it in the next episode, not this one. Yeah, I've had a healthy dose of rage today. Not rage, it's the wrong word for it, but contempt for perceived limitations with the game that I normally never have to see. Hopefully the next episode has less of that going on. Yeah, this was a really bad episode for immersion breaking problems. It hasn't been this bad since like, what was it, episode 2 with the From Golden Combs mod, right? The From Golden Combs mod really fucked around with us in episode 2, and it broke my immersion so much I didn't come back for days. It is what it is. Crazy. All right. Yeah, I like the start of the front of the house. It could end up being a really beautiful base. We're gonna have to do the windows of that tower. We also have to finish 2 of the walls. 2 of them are done. 2 of them have yet to be done. And I'm gonna have to widen the top up there by like 1 or 2 blocks, probably 2. I'll widen it by 2. We'll move the windmill sails further out. And in so doing, they won't intersect and touch right there anymore. We can fix that, definitely. Yeah, and we'll have ornate, beautiful windows. As usual, right? And we'll do the lanterns kind of like leading up. We'll have light sources going all the way up the windmill. All right, well, I think this is a good cutoff point for the episode. All right, what's the timestamp? 8:12. Okay. So that's 8:12. Let's say like 45, where I show off the cream bricks and the tan bricks. Okay. Yeah, we made good progress today. The base is still ugly in between places, but we're getting it prepared for like the final setup. In the next episode, we're gonna build our fireplace, our ornate, beautiful fireplace. It's not too hard. Yeah, and we'll do a staircase leading to the second floor, and we'll try to get that second floor actually built. You never know, buddy. You never know. Maybe I actually have like enough tips to make this video, because if I combine footage from my previous series with this one, you know, we got a lot of footage saved up. Yeah. Perfect, yeah. Hey, Zuzi. All right, come on home, sweetie. Today was your first shift of 2, right? Yeah, come on home. I'm gonna hop off of here, Zuzi, and I'm gonna start making dinner, so maybe you can eat when you get home. And, yeah, not much longer to go, and you don't have to work for Amazon anymore. You'll finally be free. All right, well, Zuzi, get home safe, okay? I'll see you soon. All right, everybody. Thank you very much for chilling today. I've appreciated your company, as usual. It sucks that we had to have, like, some immersion-breaking problems toward the end of the stream there, right? But it is what it is. Sometimes that happens. I don't love the game any less. I'm still happy to be a vintage story guy. I think it's a remarkable game, and I always love to play it. I'm privileged to know about it, privileged even more to be good at it. And, well, I look forward to the continuity of our adventure. We do have some flax dying, which is a fucking tragedy, given the fact that all of it should have been grown, but it is what it is, you know? Yeah. All right, everybody. Have a good night and a wonderful sleep or a great rest of your day, depending on the hemisphere you call home, and I will see you in the next episode. Till then, take care, rock on, and peace out. Hang on, I forgot these floors. And honestly, what kind of player would I be if I didn't empty my inventory first and get things clean? Gotta keep it clean, is what the doctor said. All right. All right, well, later, everybody. You threw in the towel and you quit? Okay, so Zuzi, you're done then. You're done. Okay, good. Okay, right on. So you can sleep here tonight. You can sleep in our room. We can get cozy. Okay. Well, good. Good fucking news. We're gonna figure it out. Our bills, all that. I took a look at the computer link that you sent me to. Fortunately, I'm happy to say, let's open the link up right now, Zuzi. I'll show you. This computer that you were looking at, it's pretty much perfect. We're gonna upgrade the CPU to an i9. That's what I have, right? The RAM we don't need to upgrade. The SSD, we're gonna give you a 2 terabyte. The operating system's gonna be Windows 10 because frankly, Windows 11 is just a whole bunch of problems. And that's it, right? So you'll have the 3080. You'll have basically the same CPU that I have. You'll have a 2 terabyte hard drive. Windows 10, I understand. I know how to fix the problems with it. So, you know, perfect, sweetie. It's perfect, yeah. You did a good job finding this. I'm thinking this is the one that we order. Yeah. Oh, and Zuzi, the other link you sent me, there's a reason why I didn't use that other computer, and it's because it uses liquid cooling. This one is going to have large fans, right? Air cooling is better than liquid cooling. It's not needlessly pricey, no. You're going to want these extra cores if you're going to, which you are, do video editing. The stronger CPU is most necessary for doing video editing and stuff like that, right? Heavy workloads requiring a lot of computational process. Yeah. Oh, I am totally ready for the cozies. Yeah. Yeah. You'll be doing your video editing. You'll have a really powerful PC. I'm going to get started on dinner now, sweetie. You come home. You come home. I'm excited to get cozy, and I'll treat you to a good dinner, okay? All right, I'll see you soon. Everybody else, you take care, rock on, and peace out, and I will see you tomorrow. For whatever we choose to play. I might give Surround Dead another chance. But we'll see. We'll see. All right. I love you, Susanna. Everybody else, I don't love you. That's, love's a strong word. I like a lot of you, though. I think a lot of you are great people. And I would love it if we were friends in real life. But I don't love you guys like I love Susanna. She has boobs. Anyway, good night, everybody. I'll see you later. Butter, take care for now, buddy. Butter buddy. The butter buddy. Oh, I'm never saying that again. All right. Yeah, take care, everybody.